to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Flat Earth Travolta, JMelds24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
You are like calm, collected, no swearing. I'm impressed.
Yeah, please don't swear.
Well, thanks, Neil.
Nathan, there's a pub in my town that me and my granddad go to every week, and the landlord there has a sign that says no swearing, but he swears the most. The landlord does.
What are you trying to
That
say?
reminds me of you.
That's Nathan.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
I'm not that bad. In previous years gone by, I might have been, but if you actually go back and listen to the last year or so of shows, I would say I very, very rarely swear, actually, recently.
During the Read It Like a Man episode, you said the S word. I don't think you realised.
What S word?
Shitty.
Sissy.
Shitty? That's very mild.
Yeah,
though,
you
isn't
was
it?
referring to Danny Faulkner's Straw Man in his book.
Fair enough. Yeah, okay. I mean, there might be some mild ones that slip through. Occasionally, some really, really strong ones slip through. But on the whole, I would say, considering I just swore whenever I wanted to previously, I don't tend to now. Well, I hope people would agree.
Yeah, it's a lot more shareable. Yeah,
I agree with you.
Listen, it's a big difference, Nathan.
Good. Pleased to hear it.
Unfortunately, a lot of people I share your videos to would tell me in person that it's your attitude that is off-putting. But they don't understand the context of why you have the attitude because of years of being gaslit and lied to. So, but they use it against you, so you know.
What attitude?
That's who Nathan is. I don't get it. Well, that's what drew me to the show, to be honest with you. The way you dealt with these people that seem to have the upper hand, at least for the short time I was in it. I was like, now this is something new. These guys got the upper hand. And it was, what, when was COVID? 2019?
I don't know, you tell me.
Around that area,
2020.
but I was listening for already 3 years. So, but that's what made me continue. That's what captivated me. Not so much the attitude, but the way you dealt with them.
I find it depends on what side of the fence you sit. If you don't have any rebuttal to any of the arguments that we're putting forth, you're going to moan about my personality, or my demeanour, or my attitude towards my opponent. Like, tells me that you've probably got that globe belief and feel wronged because it's being taken away from you. Therefore, my attitude sucks. Like, well, who cares about my attitude? My arguments is all that matters. But that's akin to just a personal attack in rebuttal. Oh, I just don't like the guy's attitude. What about his arguments? That's why you've sent people there, right? Not because you want them to like Nathan Oakley. I assume you don't give it a second thought about whether or not they'll like me when you send them to the show. You send them to the show because you want to hear how Earth's measured flat, how Earth's not a sphere in years gone by. That's why you send people to this show, not so that they'll like me as a personality. I've not built the show around my personality, have I?
Nope. I see what you're saying. They'll say, this guy's got an attitude, but in reality, their ball's being taken away, and they know it.
Yeah, I think refracted curvature's appropriate request for a trigger warning was hilarious.
Yeah, it did. It triggered a lot of people yesterday's show. If I'd have known it had got such a good response in that regard, I'd have probably kept the show going a little bit longer. But there we go. It was very quiet and very subdued in the after show.
Well, when you ended the after show, Adam came in. What's going on? Like, it's like he just ended. He's like, but what? I just got off. I'm ready. I said, well, he's not. It's over. So I think you got to wait a little longer. Sometimes when there's a little silence, you got to hang in there a little bit because something good is getting ready to happen.
Oh, yeah. I'd ideally keep the shows all to a couple of hours, like max. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to start doing them and just this 4 more hours stuff.
Well, that's what it should be, unless there's something interesting going on. And there's a hot and heavy debate or disagreement going on. Other than that, I agree. It should be 2 hours.
Always a hot and heavy someone disagreeing with some debate going on, Neil. The Western world still believe they're on a sphere, mate. So we could go all day.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Sometimes it goes quiet and there's nothing happening. Unless Brian says something and then John disagrees with it, refracted that is. And then we have, you know what? Somewhat of a show. Although it's about heliocentrism and stuff in Narnia, but that's okay.
Okay, once a month, tops. I don't mind going into La La Land. I was very disappointed when he opened yesterday's show with it. Brian, that is. I'm like, we spent 4 hours in La La Land yesterday.
Yeah, but Brian has to, if he feels he's right, he's going to come back with it.
He might be right.
He feels he's right.
He might be right. Okay, I can describe how things in physical reality will do things about their own axis, regardless of which axis they're moving about and tethered to. They're still, as John correctly explained, moving about their own axis. And that's how it would always be described. So, as far as I am concerned, it is. As far as Brian's concerned, the tidally locked aspect in the heliocentric orbital motion means it cannot rotate about its own axis, according to him. Well, if he can give us an explanation of how that works, when I can literally see that it is turning about its axis, regardless of the tidal locking, if there's a rotational motion claimed, this is all hypothetical in La La Land, then it has to be, by its own description, moving about its axis. But Brian says no. Okay, fine. Well, he'll have to pad that out and explain it within the rhetoric of heliocentric understanding for us to be able to agree or disagree on a slightly different level than we've had debated about thus far. So far, all I can do is go with the evidence of my own eyes when I see demonstrations and the descriptions of what is claimed to happen to keep it tidally locked. And as far as I can ascertain, tidal locking means it has to rotate about its axis. And I saw demonstration after demonstration when we debated it. This doesn't mean I'm not open to being wrong, obviously. I'm quite happy to be shown to be incorrect within the heliocentric la-la-la nonsense of motions in orbits. But Brian's going to have to work some to convince me otherwise, because as it stands, I just don't think he's right.
To me, that's why I stay away from that, because heliocentrism, they have an answer for everything, especially with the moon.
Maybe, maybe not.
So you
Yeah,
think
but
they
half of their
constructed
answers
this
turn out to be
lie? Hold on, you think?
paradoxes.
Hold on, Neil. Who is that? Go ahead.
Sorry, Neil, I was going to say half of their answers turn out to be paradoxes anyway.
They constructed a lie, and they covered all their angles.
No,
There's
their
no
angles.
way you're going to show somebody something. They're going to have an answer for it.
Yeah, there's a good chance that answer will use a flat Earth, Neil.
Oh, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
my son was driving me nuts yesterday because he started, the show was on when we were going by my brother's house. And he was saying, this is crazy. They're saying celestial sphere. Then they're admitting it's a sphere. You can't have half a sphere. What about the datum and the other stars? I was like, Jacob, all that datum you get, everything you get, all your measurements, they have to come from a flat plane. You can't get them any other way. He's just not getting it. And with the rotating opposite way stars in the south.
what rotating opposite ways stars in the south? What are you talking about?
The stars in the south go a different way.
Okay. Therefore they do? No, they don't. East to west always, everywhere.
Yeah, well, they showed me a video of them appearing to be going the opposite way. But I don't know what the stars are. I don't know what the stars do. I know we could use them.
They need to. They need to know what they are.
Yes, I know that.
We're in politics tomorrow.
I thought it was today. Oh, today's Thursday. Right.
Yeah, Fridays become like our regular slot there. Did I start early or something today? Where is everyone?
I don't know. It's a little early.
It's a little bit early, isn't it?
Well, just think if there weren't a bunch of, you know what, in the other place, we'd be going there today. But they don't want us there. More's the pity.
Anybody got a video they want to cover today? As we just sat in silence.
One video I know of that has potential is Dom Jolly's interview with Fight the Flat Earth.
Dom Jolly went on Fight the Flat Earth.
Yes,
Oh,
I had an
okay.
interview with him.
He seems to be in pain, Mr. Jolly, huh?
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, we could cover that. Can you stick a link in Master B?
I can. Well, I'm not on Skype, but I can make a Skype account now, or if there's a mod available using Skype, like Rayleigh, are you in Skype? That you could post it in if I put it in Discord.
Clearly not. We'll figure it out. At least we know what we're going to be covering.
You're on Discord, Nathan. You should be able to pull it from there, yeah?
No, I don't do that. I have a man for that.
Now, who's speaking right now? Who is that?
Then she'll go.
How come he's not in Master B? He's been around for a while.
Sounds like he hasn't even got Skype. That's always the issue. He's like, I could download Skype. So obviously not.
Central Go download Skype so you be able to get on this side of the panel if you wanted to.
Okay, sure. I'll look into it. I haven't used it in years. I stopped using it when my father passed away because I used to Skype to him, but he passed away about 4 or 5 years ago. So I didn't have a reason for it otherwise. So
Yeah, it's the main back office. So it puts a break between all the different platforms. So to get into the G Plus panel, I publish the link through Skype, if that makes sense.
Hello, hello, good morning.
Morning.
Is it just quiet in here?
Not anymore.
What's the plan today, Nathan? Earth Awakenings or staying here?
Nah, we're throwing piles to swine. What's the point?
All right. Thought it was a good idea to cover the Eric Debay video, man. Hopefully a lot of his audience will take a look
Who's?
and sharpen
Dave's
their
or
arguments. Eric's.
Eric's? Oh, you think it'll be popular with Eric's crowd as we effectively defend Eric?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't. If you listen back...
I don't think you were defending Eric.
No, we weren't. There was various points where Dave is critiquing the fact that he's called things experiments, and we're saying this is not an experiment. Now we're levelling it at Dave, but Dave is just reading out what Eric's got in his book. So in many ways, you could easily view it as negative towards Eric Debay, although it was framed around criticising Dave.
Yeah, either way, I think it went well. Great arguments were brought about, and hopefully his audience will sharpen their swords, if you will.
Yeah, plus, in context, the book's old. Not old as in really old, but, old enough to have been pre-Feast of Nonsense. So
yeah, 200 proofs.
Yeah, 200 proofs is from way back when, so it's not like it's a new edition that should have comported with everything that we now talk about. How would you know, right?
Yep. I have the physical copy.
Now I am just defending Eric Debay, though, but what I'm saying is there's plenty of things that we levelled at the text that's being critiqued by Dave as being incorrect, and it's Eric's text.
Well, hopefully Eric will watch the video. I didn't reach out to him, but I should have. I usually tell people when you review their videos. But I was kind of busy yesterday. Maybe it's not too late. I'll shoot him a text or a message. I'm sure some people did, right?
Maybe. I don't think I advised any audience. I didn't do a call to action in that regard. So, suggesting that people go and let Eric know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Maybe that is something that we could suggest people do. Even if they're watching it now, like if they're listening to this recording, they could just do that. Hopefully a mod will stick a link into Eric's video and they'll actually do that. Again, it helps Eric in the algorithmic love. Why not?
Mm-hmm. I'll definitely do that right now. So we're staying here today, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Any videos?
I can do without the stress. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Yeah, I don't think that server it's not moderated well, man. A lot of them are hung up on their, how they need to be respected and all that. And yeah, man, you don't need to go there. Politics is much better moderated. And
exactly. Once you've outstayed your welcome, it's like, fine, okay, I'm not welcome. Well, how am I going to have any positive progression if they're bracing against me at every turn?
And to be honest, bro, I don't once you go muted, in between your shows, and as soon as you're done with the show, all they do is jump on you and talk shit about you, bro. Elder Bear literally waits for the chance for when you're about to start the show and when you go on mute, Elder Bear or someone is always gonna jump in and say, start talking shit about you. It's just nonsense, man. They're more obsessed with you and they more hate you than they care about the arguments.
I don't know why. What have I done to wrong any of them?
I don't know. I know Elder Bear's after you, man.
Yeah, but what have I done to wrong Elder Bear or anybody? Like I say,
took away their ball, and you took away their not flat.
These aren't ballers we're talking about. We're talking about people in the Earth Awakenings Discord server.
Oh, really? So they're not ballers, okay?
Well,
yeah, I don't know what they are, man.
We are having arguments with them, as we're told that we're being totally unreasonable when we call someone an idiot for getting something completely wrong and deceiving the audience with that we've demonstrated to be wrong. Unreasonable. You're like, talk about missing the wood for the trees.
But I don't know what Elder Bear is, man. I don't know what's his story. He's definitely not a flat earther.
I don't know or care.
He's not. Yeah. Well,
as you say, he's got a personal vendetta against me, and you're like, well, why?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know why, man. He says Nathan is selling a faulty product. There's no measurements being made, none. And then a couple of months later, he writes down the comment, sextant is an angle measuring tool. But for months, he went on berating how there's no measurements being made, none.
Yeah, but you even got Lumpy.
He's just confused.
In the chat. You have Lumpy in the chat saying, I measure an angle. Is that the ground? I said, Lumpy, I thought we went over this. Nathan's just wrong. I know how to measure. Well, so do I, buddy.
I was more surprised when Anthony Riley went with that. I was like, what am I hearing right? Anthony Riley's on that side right now? The horizontal plane of reference is not the ground? Yet. What's going on here?
He just doesn't know the argument yet, right, Nathan?
I don't know. I haven't even spoken to him since then. He yammered through me for several hours, came on the show, and then objected strongly when I shut him down after only a few minutes of yammering through me.
Yeah, he did join the server back a month and a half or so ago, but I haven't seen him active at all. He didn't speak to anybody.
Anthony's cool. Everybody loves Anthony and he knows that, so all will always be forgiven.
I'm sorry, what was that, Nick?
I said all will always be forgiven because everyone loves Anthony Riley. So regardless of how petulant he can become, he'll still be welcomed back with open arms and he knows it.
It's his accent.
It's his accent.
No, my wife likes
all you guys are from the same place pretty much, right? Birmingham? He's from there too, right?
Not all. He's from Liverpool. That's up north, near well, edging up towards Scotland. I'm right in the middle of the country, in Warwickshire.
Oh, Speaking of Liverpool, that guy, that comedian, what's his name that I sent you? Oh shit, the English fella.
He's from Ireland, actually. You're talking about.
Yeah, but he was telling Sebastian about a place that he should go to in Liverpool, a stand-up place where they all dress proper on one certain night during the week. So I thought that was interesting. A place in Liverpool where they dress proper.
Yeah,
Are
Jimmy
they
Carr.
proper in Liverpool?
Jimmy Carr's not from Liverpool. He's from Ireland.
Yeah, he said where he was from. But he was telling not Nathan, Nathan, telling Sebastian about a place he should go to in Liverpool. Got what the name of the place was.
Well, my grandfather was telling me that when he was a young man drinking, everybody dressed up and the tables would have a bell on and you ring the bell and the ladies would come over and serve you. So it was back in that day that everybody dressed up, and some places might still do it, some certain pubs, as like an ode to the past, but it's not really a thing anymore in England. Oh, I know of.
Yeah, well, the thing that Sebastian's about is that everybody's just coming out in their pajamas today. Grown men coming out in their pajamas and slippers.
Well, that's in America, Neil. Like, if you go to Europe, I mean, like, in my country, dude, everybody dresses up, like, before going out, dude. Like, here, when I go to the store, like you said, I literally see people in pajamas and Crocs and slippers in supermarket. It was literally a cultural shock to me, dude, when I came to US to see, like, it was to see how many obese people there are and how people dress and how, like, they don't care what they look like when they go out, especially ladies, you know? Because in Europe, like, ladies won't come out, dude, in, like, pajamas and slippers. And here in America, dude, you go to supermarket, half of the people are in their pajamas and slippers.
Yeah, my wife, she can't go out unless she's dressed. She has to be dressed proper, but she's from Guyana, which is
Uh-huh.
the English part of Guyana. So a lot of things, like just the Cadbury chocolates, a lot of things she knows and she likes are from England. The English influence.
Proper.
Yeah, proper.
I could be sitting there dying, and my wife would say, "Let me go get dressed before I call the ambulance."
Well, that's the whole thing Sebastian says. What if you're in a situation and you got to go in an ambulance and you're not even dressed properly? And what video are we covering today?
Uh,
I was about to say there's two
FTFE
videos. There's
and Dom Jolly.
Also, the Viking has requested a video. It's called Navigating the Stars. Mighty Mush, it is in main chat. Just the Viking in the chat against Proto Fad and the other ballers is our literal Viking. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the vid. I shared this with Nathan on Skype a couple of weeks ago when you asked me to. But did you want me to repost it again? Is that what you're saying?
Is it the Dom Jolly one?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll cover that.
Okay, so you got it. Okay. Hey, Neil, if it's not a secret, did you say you live in Brooklyn?
I grew up in Brooklyn. I'm in Alabama now.
Oh, okay. You live in Alabama right now. Oh. How do you like it over there?
Love it over here.
Compared to Brooklyn, there's not a lot of people there, huh? You in the country somewhere or in a city?
No, I'm in the Auburn University. It's a college town, so it's like living in Long Island.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with Long Island.
Except the traffic's
New
worse in
York.
Alabama.
No, that's impossible.
Yeah, but at college, you got it's not like you're not living in a six. You're living in a thriving town.
I bet
Yeah.
you stick out like a sore thumb there, Neil. Do you feel like an alien?
Well,
Why?
I notice when I say something, people don't understand me. They're like, what? And I got to say
What do you
it
mean?
2 or 3 times.
Accent?
Yeah,
Because of accent? Oh.
yeah.
Forget
Like I'll
about it.
say I got to pick up an order from Haley. They're like, what? Haley. I said, no, Haley. Got to pick up for Haley.
Man, we have a summer here now, dude. I don't know how it's in Alabama, but it's 30 degrees. It was 30 yesterday. 28 the day before.
Wow.
Full on
That's
summer.
cold.
Yeah.
That's hot. He's giving
Today-
it in Celsius.
Yeah, Celsius.
Yeah, that's cold. It's been warm in Alabama.
No. No, dude, it's 85 Fahrenheit.
Oh, you're giving it to me in
85.
Celsius.
Yeah.
See, that's another thing. Why does America
Look,
have
half
to
of
be
these
different?
guys are, bro, half of these guys are from Europe, you know? So am I, so.
No, but I'm saying even America, why do we got to be different? The same thing with measurements. Why? I got to convert half the things. If you're looking up a recipe, my wife's got to convert it to what? It's just ridiculous. We got inches. What do you have?
Centimeters, millimeter, centimeter, decimeter, meter, kilometer.
Yeah, so I looked something up and it says 15 centimeters. So what the freak is that in inches?
Did someone post that video? Because I need to queue it up and sound check it.
I'll do it right now, Nathan. I thought you had it. There
No,
we
I
go.
didn't. No.
No worries.
Thank
Copy
you.
link. Paste. Here we go.
Hey, Brian. Thank you.
Hey Nathan, everyone. Do you want me to go horizontal?
Mush.
Good morning, Brian.
Gonna level
she
check
can-
this.
Well, we pretend that the
not
American
trying to
one didn't
start
happen
this
then,
off.
most definitely. Now,
Stupid buffering. I don't
obviously,
know why it's doing that.
Trigger Happy TV is what you're very known for, but
Good enough. I'll pause it. It's buffering anyway.
Essential Go, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
Oh, I
just
see.
if you could put the video that the Viking posted in main chat. It's something he would like to be covered at some point. Might be today, it might be tomorrow. But
I
obviously,
don't-
he's our Viking, isn't it? So
Yeah, well, where?
I'm sure, yeah.
Where is it?
In Discord main chat.
No, it's not. I see that.
Further
text.
up. Yeah.
Oh, further up.
He
Okay.
put a link, so click the link and it will take you to where it is in Discord. I'll find it and I'll tag your name in it.
Okay. I'm going back. I'm looking.
Can you hear me, Nathan?
Yes, we can. I wasn't trying to rumpus you. I was just level checking the video when you started talking before you start telling me it's to demean you or to knock your confidence or some other crap.
No, it wasn't nothing like that. I just didn't know if you could because I was having problems with meat yesterday. That's all it is.
No, we hear you fine. Very good.
Calm down.
Oh, I knew you'd get one in. And there it is. So now I'm not calm enough. That's probably true. I had to figure out why my stupid coffee machine that's about 20 years old was back flushing all the time. So I had to take the thing to pieces. And even when it's fully assembled, the thing's lethal and will burn you if you don't know how to use it. So when you're fiddling around inside it with it on, it's like there's bare live wires all throughout. It's just a joke. It's a real lethal mess inside. But of course, trying to figure out what was wrong with it, you've got to see it running. So I've got my hands inside there and ended up burning myself. I'm like, ow. So now I've got a giant burn on my hand.
Yeah,
and while I was doing it, I'm
at
like,
least you have a coffee machine.
Say again?
At least you have a coffee machine. That's something.
Yeah, not if it's not working properly, though. And then while I was doing it, I'm like, what's that smell of burning? And trying to be useful, I chucked a load of washing into the tumble dryer for my wife while she was doing her phone call day for work. And then I'm smelling this burning smell. I'm like, what is that? So I stopped the tumble dryer and just assumed that it stopped spinning and it's slipping on the belt and burning the rubber. So I go and get my wife. I'm like, I think I've broken the tumble dryer. So she had to stop what she was doing at great annoyance. She started telling me off. She's like, I'm working. I'm like, but I think I've broken something. So she comes in and pulls out these, like, I don't know how to describe them, like shoes for swimming pools, pool shoes. And they're not supposed to go in there, so there's melting rubber inside there, and that's what's stinking, burning. But there we go. So just little things have put me on edge today. You know, broken coffee machine, and then the perception, or the thought of having a broken tumble dryer doesn't please me very much. Although it's all fine. I'm just on edge.
No, it's fine. No, I know, I understand. Always.
Other than that, it's all good. Never flat Earth that stresses me.
You don't let personal get in the way of business, Nathan.
Well, there's nothing. Business is flat Earth, isn't it? There's literally nothing anymore in this subject, which is such a turnabout. Sorry to have a fragmented sentence there. Back in the day, it was nothing but stress. If I think back to especially the Isle of Man debate, right, it all seemed so serious, right? Because back then, I had a belief in flat Earth. I had no strong evidence, and right up until the point of probably last 18 months or so, I was still in that position. You'll remember, Brian, me saying, yeah, I know that's labelled as a flat Earth proof, but it's not mine. I don't like it. You're like, well, what's wrong with it? And I'm like, nothing's wrong with it. It definitely proves the flat Earth. It's just, it's not mine. Or I can't remember how I used to phrase it to you specifically, but I not decry, but just sort of say, I don't want to use that one as mine. Whatever it may be.
Yeah,
and I'd have my reasons. Like the Sea Sparrow missile, I'd be like, well, I haven't done it. I don't know that that's actually even verifiable by the public. I know it's published, but it's just, it's got something about it I don't like. That doesn't mean it's not good.
Yeah, it comes down to what you're confident about. I mean, you can be confident about the elevation angle easier than you can about the Sea Sparrow missile. Now you can be confident about the Sea Sparrow missile because you know there's no way for it not to be doing what they're saying.
Right. You and I are of like mind today, which is unusual. Absolutely. That's where I was going. There's a very distinct difference between now and 18 months ago in terms of my attitude, because now my attitude is not, oh, well, the Sea Sparrow is definitely an absolutely shit hot, there's me swearing, globe destroying flat Earth proof. Because obviously, with the understanding of how Earth is measured, navigated, built on, you can't have anything other than the description of the Sea Sparrow on a flat Earth, the distances claimed or realistic otherwise. For all I know, they're sending out a polystyrene rocket that isn't real and it's all CGI. Who cares? The documented claim to be use of it is unequivocally a flat Earth proof, and I can stamp my name on it now without any doubt because of elevation angle measurements to Polaris, the genesis of all globe claims. Like now it's one step beyond acceptance of the flat Earth proofs that we've had in the past. Now it's all your globe claims prove a flat Earth. You know, that's so beyond, you know, I'm a bit tentative about the Sea Sparrow for these reasons. Now it's like, who cares? All the globe evidence proves a flat Earth. It's like, it's much more devastating for me. That's from my personal view. You, when I've put this to you previously, Brian, have said, well, no, I felt like that about X, Y, Z, and all the rest. You know, because you understood them to the confidence level that you could just say, no, that is a proof for me, and I'm happy to stand by it because I understand it.
Well, I don't know how I knew it, because I can only call it a knowing. But in 2015, I just knew. That's why I said when I found out, when I listened to Eric DeBay's video and I started laughing within the first 10 seconds of it, I just knew it was flat. Just knew, flat. Whatever experiences I had before that allowed me to just know it's flat. when I thought about everything and how it works that I knew of and I experienced, yeah, it was never what they were saying. And after that, when I'd hear people, and I kind of kicked myself in some ways because I was lazy about it. I didn't push the point more when I should have pushed it. It's like people say, well, this does this, so it proves the flat earth, or they're using this GPS in this way. It's like, yeah, but that's because it's flat. They have to. When they're addressing reality, they have to address reality. They can't address a globe because that's not reality. They must address reality first, which is flat, and then they can make whatever they want out of it mathematically, but they must address reality to begin with, and that is not a globe. That's flat. And I never pushed the point enough. And for me, sometimes it was a bit kind of, well, why aren't people, why aren't people just seeing it? Yeah, of course they're using a flat plane to do that because it's flat. You know what I mean? But it wasn't until Refracted started saying, yeah, they need a flat earth more than we do, kind of stuff. And we started hitting home. It's like, yeah, I should have been pushing that point myself beforehand, but I wasn't able to convey it as well. My attitude was, yeah, of course it's flat. That's why they have to use a flat plane. As opposed,
it's from little cracks.
It was too simplistic.
Little cracks in the dam form big torrents. So John, going on McToon, as much as he was shouted down and all the standard rhetoric from their side was put to him in elongated chunks with very little chance for a rebuttal, it didn't matter. He still, with the few sentences he got through, managed to achieve his ends, didn't he? Why? Well, because he was the first one to go to the extent of saying, no, I can challenge all of the globe claims based on my understanding of Earth being measured flat, and then did it. Now, even if we didn't necessarily recognise the strength of that back then, it was a little crack in the dam. Now, I can't really take any pioneering credit for this because that all lies at John's door, or your door in many respects, even though you didn't necessarily shout about it. You were still talking about it prior to John. I'm not just saying that for the 2 weeks earlier joke. That is actually true. But John was the first to sort of push it in their faces on the front foot. And then I've gone, yeah, that's how everyone should do it. Everyone should be on the front foot. And all I've done is promoted the notion of being confident about it. About what? What John went and did first. Refracted curvature, that is. So, credit where credit's due. But even if you'd have said in a more bolshy manner, I know this to be the case, obviously it's the case, it's got to be measured flat because it is flat, you'd have had the same pushback that I've had. You may have phrased it differently because of the ambiguity of descriptions versus measurable, tangible surfaces that are planes of reference described as flat. Well, the measurement isn't conducive with the description. You're not measuring descriptions, so you'd have phrased it differently. But regardless, the end point is identical, and you'd have had the same pushback, Brian. No doubt whatsoever, more so, because there wouldn't have been a whole, furrow of people that have watched that dam widen the crack that John opened up for us.
Well, I think I remember because when Refracted was originally talking about the celestial dome model, I totally understood immediately what he was talking about. And I knew what he was saying. But you know what it is? When you accept something, you don't feel the need to shout about it. You notice that. As soon as you accept something, there's no need to go on about it and talk about it. Yeah, that's just that thing. It's just reality kind of thing. And when he was saying, yeah, they're using a flat plane, celestial dome, they're using a flat plane. And when he went on to McToon's with Ruiv, they were in a heap trying to deal with him because he was just sticking to the one point. That's all he needed to stick to. And I think the acceptance that he was showing, he was demonstrating his acceptance of reality there. And that's what rubbed off on everyone. I never demonstrated my acceptance of reality like that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. An inability to demonstrate your acceptance of reality. Because to say that I didn't know it was flat contradicts many shows where I've said I know it's flat, and I did.
You did, but you didn't have what you didn't have what you didn't have what you needed to sink your teeth into and to convey it. If you understand,
it's the silver bullet. Yeah, I had plenty of evidence. Yeah, I could easily argue the toss and present things on the table when someone said prove it. But it wasn't what I considered to be a silver bullet. A silver bullet's something very different. It immediately destroys the enemy.
Yeah. Well, if you were out there, whether it's you or anyone else, if you've never had a doubt that it might be a globe since the time that you turned towards flat, then you actually have known that it's not a globe. You've known it's flat. And people, I think sometimes they don't realize that they've actually accepted it to be flat before they realize they've accepted it to be flat.
Well, that's what I'm trying to drive. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to drive at with people like Rob Noxious when they're trying on the outfit, seeing if they like being a furry.
Yes, I see. Yeah, from a psychology point of view. Yeah, even though he's pretending it's for some kind of a joke or for him to fool flat earthers, it's really how does it feel for him? Hello.
Good morning, one and all.
Good morning. Good to have you. Going to keep up our one housekeeping question of the day. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No. Not unless dip correction doesn't exist.
Not for them, it can't. I know they beg the question in a geometric context where they're making dip angle corrections to physically refracted Earth curve edges. But in my mind, there's an impossibility there, even though you're in the paradigm with them debating about it, Brian. How can you correct from a curved line if it's an angle correction? If you're doing a dip angle correction, then the line must be straight to correct the angle. Am I wrong? Am I missing something?
Oh, no, you could do an angle correction, a dip angle correct. See, there's the problem. They're not doing the dip from their geometric globe edge mathematically. They're doing the dip from a tangent plane. So even when they start bringing up the dip, they're talking about it because they have to address the dip in reality. What does the dip corrections in the almanac address in reality? It addresses a horizontal plane. Your correction is from or to a horizontal plane that's underneath your boat. That's extending from underneath your boat out to the horizon.
Oh, hold on.
For them,
but stop.
Yeah.
At the point that they extend out a tangent plane to the horizon, that's a flat plane with the horizon.
Yeah, but the horizon, you see, remember, there's two things happening with them mathematically. They have a tangent from underneath the boat, and they also have an horizon that's lifting up from underneath the surface level to meet the tangent. So that allows them to hijack reality.
Just let me get this clear. To meet the tangent, so it's meeting the horizontal plane of reference that they call a tangent. Well, then it's still on. It's still on the flat plane. Then, if it's lifted up to meet the flat plane, so it can be utilised as flat for an angle correction, then it doesn't matter if they say by apologetics, it's risen up from below surface level to meet the surface level in the maths, because there's only one surface level. Surface level's horizontal in Earth curve maths, so risen up from surface level to surface level. What the bloody hell are they babbling about? Furthermore, the tangent point itself, if you're going to describe it as from your feet out, horizontally, to have the tangent-based geometric edge be refracted up, you can't have it both ways. You can't have a tangent meeting the surface and have 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet if your observer height is 0. The tangent point is at your feet. There's only one tangent in that scenario. You can't have a tangent to Earth curve and a tangent out to space, and then say the one that you're not measuring, the tangent below surface level, rises up to meet the horizontal plane that doesn't exist with regards to ground points because it's out in space. This makes absolutely no sense. Is this really where you've got with dip correction? Wow.
Oh, no, I understand what they... No, see, most of them don't understand their own dip correction. I understand it. I've studied it, right? I know exactly what they're claiming. I've shown this before. I've tried to explain it before with the actual diagrams from celestial navigation and trying to show it, and I don't think it came across. They have a tangent underneath the boat. This is not in reality. This is mathematically how they have to hijack reality. They have a tangent underneath their boat that extends straight out from underneath the boat. We would call that in reality horizontal. Horizontal doesn't exist in their paradigm, but we'll use horizontal so we can somewhat amalgamate it to reality.
Okay, I won't interrupt. I won't interrupt, but I will say that's where it fails, because then the tangent leads to points in space, not ground positions. But carry on.
Yeah, see, the thing is, their first tangent is underneath the boat. That extends straight out. into space. But the second tangent intersects that from the eye line to their globe edge, but then that is lifted up. Their horizon is lifted up by over 6R mathematically, and that meets the tangent to come straight out from underneath the boat. So they end up with a straight line underneath the boat all the way out to the horizon, and then a dip line from the eye line of the observer down to meet that line at the horizon, mathematically.
That's still horizontal, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. They're correcting, so that's what they have to do to match the corrections in the almanac. The only way they can make it work is to match the corrections in the almanac.
But in reality, all dip correction is your height above the horizontal surface. That's all you're correcting.
Yes, but that's the point I've been making, which means that if your eye height is 35 feet above the water underneath your boat, then your eye height can only be, via the corrections and via what you must do, can only be 35 feet above the water at the horizon.
Right.
So that's why they must do all this mathematical trickery, so they can then have their eye line being 35 feet above the water at the horizon. But the horizon for them is not really there.
Yeah, that's also a big problem.
There isn't water at the horizon for them.
If it's a refractive position, it's not a geometric position to draw out straight lines and get tangency. And if you are going to get tangency from your feet, you've not got a second tangent position, and you're not going to mathematically derive an over 6R value. What over 6? Does it depend on the day? Well, today it's going to be 250 over 6R because the horizon. It's like you're not doing that. Nobody's doing that. No one's calculating the distance to the horizon so they can make a geometric correction to a bent line that's an angle. This is all nonsense, Brian.
Yes, but this is the thing. Remember the other day I spoke about them having a mathematical distance to the horizon. They use 0.97, right, within the dip corrections. This is the way it's been added into the dip corrections over time, right, where that distance to the horizon, right, will match what it would be on a globe, except for it's a distance along a horizontal plane, not over a curved surface.
So it's got a measurement. It's got a straight line distance measurement attached, is what you're saying.
Yes, straight line distance measure. So there's no measurement. It's if I'm looking out from
calculation. My bad. I misspoke. Calculation.
Yeah, it's a calculation. If I'm standing on a boat and I'm 35 feet above the water underneath my boat, then there's a calculation that allows me to pre-assume that the horizon is matching a distance to an horizon that would match a globe, right? But that horizon I'm actually seeing could be five times that distance. Because there's no way to measure the distance to the horizon out at sea. You have no demarcation points. You just have the sea and nothing else. You don't have islands and all this. Normally, you just have the sea. So what they're doing is they're mathematically adding in a distance to a globe's horizon, but it's a distance along a horizontal plane and not over a curved surface. And that's how they add in their globe math into celestial navigation. But it's not real. It's just mathematical hijacking of reality. So they must go through 3 different or 4 different hoops to try and hijack reality, whereas we just say it's just a flat plane. That's our eye height. That's how we correct for it. That's it.
Yeah, it's all well and good saying it's a slightly looming non-standard refraction holographic projection of the Chicago skyline, but when you're actually deriving dip corrections to a flat surface, suddenly your refracted horizon is a massive problem that needs overcoming for you so that you can include your globe faith in a very simple process that does not include refracted horizons and tangent planes out to GP positions that aren't on the ground. It's all garbage. None of it works. Meanwhile, what do we actually do? We just correct our angle to the flat plane. It's the same height above the horizon as it is above the deck when you measure it at port. That's what you're doing, and that's what you're correcting for. There's no globe involved. It's just that simple.
Exactly. If you remember the diagrams, they'd have where that straight line is coming out from underneath the boat, which would be a tangent on the globe. They have observer's horizon often written in. But then you have this other point down below that, below surface level, that they're calling the actual horizon. Do you know what I mean? It's just, all they're doing is mathematically hijacking reality. And they're saying the horizon you're seeing is just a mirage. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. Well, that's what they have to do to fit a globe in. You know what I mean? In mathematically, you know.
Yeah. Very cool. Very concise. Thank you, Brian. Okay, we're gonna move on. So we're covering FTFE today. So as always, please share the algorithmic love with Craig. Excuse me, and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. If I could post this in the comments, that'd be handy. There we go. So there's a link going by in the live stream chat, and I will waffle my call to action for a little bit so that those of you who are used to the dealio can see that link. Click on it right now and go and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and just make FTFE channel aware that we have covered their video in regards to Dom Jolly. The idea being that were they to make a response, or was Craig to make a response, he would put a link to our video and share the algorithmic love that we are sharing with him, where YouTube failed to do so of their own volition. So please let FTFE know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The video is called Dom Jolly Talks Conspiracies and Flat Earth Interview with FTFE. So that's the video. Hopefully that's bought enough time for you to actually toddle along and do that and put a comment on his video. All that good stuff. Anybody got any comments before we get into it? Go ahead, Neil.
I'm gonna say that he's looking for confirmation bias, this Don Jolly. You watch.
Looking for confirmation bias. Okay. Well, let's get into it. We'll see how it goes.
Recently, you seem to have taken a bit of a turn into dealing with conspiracy theories and the stranger side of the internet. What dragged you into that? What brought that side of this around?
Well, I write books, and mainly travel books. This is my fifth travel book, and I always need a.
Just for the irritation that it generates in me, you can hear me grinding my teeth while I say this. So what he's doing is he's holding his microphone, fiddling with it in the most echoey room he could possibly pick. So what we will hear from Dom Jolly, I can tell you already, will be utter garbage. So in terms of his technical ineptitude, I just want to get that irritation out of the way first and foremost. So this is it. This is your standards, right, Dom? This is what you've sunk to. Sat there looking like you're wearing a pair of pajamas in a big echoey room, fiddling with the mic that you're talking on. Wow.
Well, I asked you to pause it because I was going to say this is the very beginning of this is a poisoning the well fallacy, because they were instantly calling the subject a conspiracy theory. So straight away they're trying to put it into the realms of it's only a possibility, as opposed to it's actually measured to be flat.
That's their trick.
Reason for traveling. So I've wrote a book called The Dark Tourist, which was then nicked by Netflix in 2010, where I went off to North Korea and Chernobyl and skiing in Iran. I did a book on monsters where I went hunting the Bigfoot and the Yeti.
Yeah, there's an intelligibility scale when you're dealing with people in echoey rooms, and this is like 50% intelligibility. I can only make out about 50% of what he's saying, the words, the actual words.
And stuff like that. I did a book where I walked across Lebanon. I did a book where I drove around Britain, and this is my fifth travel book in which I go around the world hanging out with conspiracists and looking at conspiracy theories. But as a tourist, pretty much with an open mind, but not for long.
No, I like to have an open mind when I'm talking with conspiracy theorists, but it can be difficult.
What this shows is a lot of the people that are in the anti-flat Earth realm are conspiracy theorists. You've only got to look at people like Conspiracy Cats, clues in the title. You know, upon departing, after not being able to overcome our arguments about gas pressure without a container, he then went off with Ranty Flat Earth, a convert to Globe Earth from Flat Earth, to talk about ghosts and goblins and things that go bump in the night. You know, these people are conspiratards. So I would suggest that when they go out and hang out with conspiracies, that was a misspeak that was very much on point with what is going on. You're entertaining the conspiracies. Now, obviously, as we've already had pointed out by Brian and Neil, it's a tiring of us with the idea that we are a conspiracy. But as I say, in reality, it's most often projection, and these people like conspiracies. Me, I don't. As soon as I got here and I found that there was conspiracy nonsense around the subject of Flat Earth, I immediately objected to it all. You know, I can remember the very first foray was with Jesse Spots talking about Mandela effect. And I was all over him like flies on the proverbial. because it just got my goat. It really irritated me. But there we go. We're all conspiracy theorists because the feast of nonsense for flat Earth, what some assume is a controlled opposition narrative that we are introduced to this subject with, does contain a lot of conspiracy and garbage. Now, we brace against that here, but for the benefit of, you know, keeping this concise, we'll just let that slide.
I read about...
Go on, Neil.
I was just going to say, it's pretty low of Fight the Flat Earth to be calling us a conspiracy at this stage. I mean, this just goes to show how dishonest the guy is. It's like, he is fully aware this is not a conspiracy. He's fully aware of NASA documents, Boeing documents, all the rest of the information that's out there that shows him he needs a flat plane, astronomy, everything requires and uses a flat plane. Yet he's trying to say that's a conspiracy. He's basically saying aerospace, surveying, celestial navigation, astronomy, GPS, it's all a conspiracy. That's what he's actually saying, but he's trying to make it out as if he's calling us conspiracy theorists when we're not. And he's fully aware that we're not.
Yeah, but I just said, in terms of the stereotype of flat Earth and what a lot of flat earthers will adhere to in the garbage that they spew, much of it we brace against, but we're the minority of minorities. So I get that I appreciate that you've reiterated it, but for now, I'm just going to give him a pass because of the stereotype.
An experience you had with someone that wanted to see the end of the world?
Well, this was a splinter group of flat Earth. It was a square flat Earth.
Yes.
Square flat earthers believe there are 4 corners to the square flat Earth: the island of Hydra, Papua New Guinea, Bermuda Triangle, and an island called Fogo in Newfoundland. So I found a square flat earther in St. John's, the capital of Newfoundland, and we drove all across Newfoundland, went to Fogo, went to the edge of the flat Earth, and no spoiler, there was no drop, no ice wall.
Okay. I mean, it's not exactly what we would stand by, and again, if somebody's claiming that on the square flat Earth subsection of this subject, more power to you, debunk them all you like. Meanwhile, as you travelled around the flat plane in an aeroplane that's nose up with respect to the level flight that it's taking, I can utilise your journey and show how Earth was measured flat. The heights and elevations that you will have traversed will have been measured with respect to a flat plane. When we deal with flat Earth, we deal with measurements as opposed to the kooky, unsubstantiated claims of weirdo flat earthers who say that the Bermuda Triangle represents the edge of the world that we know. Okay, well, yeah, it seems like a very convenient argument to overcome. You've overcome it. Good for you.
Well, who is this guy that no one ever heard of that he just suddenly came across and found? Do you know what I mean? I don't trust any of these people. I couldn't claim that this guy doesn't exist. You know what I mean? There's every type of idiot out there. But the fact that he needed to find the stupidest, or make up even, the stupidest idiot flat earther he could find, he could make up, that tells you a lot. If that's the best you can do, that shows me.
I don't want to be at loggerheads with you, Brian, but I'm happy to take that as read. Yeah, okay, you can cite that. It's just by objecting to it, it puts him in a position, if he were to respond, Dom Jolly specifically, who may or may not care, right? To say, no, here is that guy. Actually, he's really prominent. You just weren't aware of him. He's got 25,000 subscribers. Prominent, more prominent than you. And you go, okay, fair enough. Or is he? I forget how many subscribers I've actually got. Anyway, about that number. The point is, he could easily overcome the argument by saying, no, he is real. And he is definitely known. And therefore, you are my stereotype that I lay down. It's like, okay, fine, you can have your individual example of a kooky flat earther with a crazy notion that he can't substantiate and overcome it. Good for you. I'll take that as read. I won't accept it as a stereotype, and he specifically outlined it as a subset of flat Earth. So again, pass. No worries as far as I'm concerned. I'll take it.
Well, I didn't say he definitely made him up, but I said that there was a good possibility of it because this person and this person's ideas I've yet to hear in 9 years of being in the topic.
But we've heard equally crazy crap, though, haven't we? But we have heard equally crazy crap, though, haven't we?
We have.
Right, so let's just move on.
How did the flat earther take that?
He didn't take it very well. He insisted we get on a boat and try and go out towards the wall, and we had a very confused fishing captain who said we could only go out for an hour because there was a storm coming. And then when we had to turn around, he accused the captain of being paid by someone, probably Bill Gates. It's always Bill Gates. And insisted that we'd been going around in a circle. It was all very strange.
Oh, so you became part of the conspiracy?
But he insisted that he went round a circle of an ice wall. All right, how interesting. Meanwhile, the mapping and navigating system that we are all utilising and would have been utilised with the transverse Mercator, when you popped around the various different points on the surface of the Earth, you would have been utilising the latitude grid. That's circles, measured on a flat Earth. So,
Well,
depends on your standards, Dom. You can find the kooky ones and debunk them based on their assertions, individuals' assertions, that there's an ice wall. Yeah, that's you debunking some crazy kook. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, maybe the guy was just, like, see, what we're getting here is a very much kind of a, oh, he just said this and that kind of attitude. Maybe the guy was pointing to magnetic declination.
Maybe.
You don't know. Just because he's a kooky idiot doesn't mean he hasn't learned something. You just don't know. So when he says, you just bring us around in circles, maybe that is what was happening. Because that's what they do to flat earthers. Don't they? What would they do to you? They bring you around the circle first chance they get. And then they call you the mad person. So that's what they would do. So this is just, to me, this Dom Jolly guy is just a pure lowlife, as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm only over here in Waterford, Ireland, very close to Dom Jolly. You could have found me. You could have found you. You're literally on the same island he's on. Nah, he went off and found some idiot in St. John's in Canada.
Well, I think I was part of the conspiracy from the beginning, as far as I can see. I don't know. It's very difficult to keep up with. It's impossible to argue with conspiracy theorists, really, because they either inundate you with facts that you can't in any way validate.
If you've been inundated with facts you can't invalidate, that means that they are invalidated facts. Therefore, what, just facts? So they give you facts. That's your argument. They just bombard you with facts you can't overcome. Oh, well, what a terrible state of affairs. I mean, it'd be miles better if they came over with a load of garbage that you could have overcome really easily, but you didn't, you couldn't, and it's really difficult to. I see. How terrible for you.
Or know whether they're right or wrong, and then if you...
Sorry, or know, or know if we're right or wrong. I know that latitude is measured with respect to a flat plane. I know that that circle of equal altitude forms the outside edge of your sphere, and the rest of the measured flat circles of equal elevation are inferred to be stretched around a global surface. They're still measured, utilised, mapped, and navigated flat. That's how the world is. I know that for a fact.
You make any sort of valid point, you're in on it. So, you know, I kind of give...
What points have you made, Dom, so far? So far, you've invalidated the kooky claims of one man, by the sounds of things.
Up after a bit.
Yeah, personally, I'm an absolute NASA shill, apparently, that is paid to lie on the internet to debunk the flat Earth, to hide.
Quite literally, you are a NASA shill. What's a shill? Someone that promotes something. Yeah? Something that isn't real, that's a con, that's a fraud. You promote that. NASA fraud. Because they claim to be in an area that can't possibly exist. You shill for the sky vacuum, Craig. You get paid in your efforts shilling for NASA. That is a fact. That is how you earn your income. I shill for flat Earth. Now, shill would infer that there's something nefarious going on. But just to contrast that I earn my living by talking about how Earth is measured flat. That's me being paid to talk about this subject. You talk about how NASA's real. They're not. They don't operate in a sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe. And you get paid for doing it. But you want to challenge that assertion and make it out like it's absurd. It isn't absurd.
Hide it for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why, but, you know, I'd love to find out where I'm supposed to get this money from, to be honest.
You get it from Google AdSense. and super chats and PayPals, same as I do.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I
my
just
problem.
wanted to say there before you go on. I meant to get you before you press play again. That just what you're saying there is totally valid. 100% agree, right? You're just breaking down the reality of it. But I have never heard anyone actually publicly claim that Craig was paid by NASA to shill for the heliocentrism. I've never heard anyone say it. I've never heard of anyone really thinking it. There's no need. Craig is a fundamentalist conspiracy believer. That's what he is. That's what he is. Do you know what I mean? There's no need to think that I would never have to think he's paid by NASA to do anything. NASA doesn't need to pay people like him. Those people exist all on their own. And the other thing I want to say is, wonder if someone brought Dom Jolly out to see if he could prove his globe and treat him like the conspiracy theorist with his globe. Let's see what you can prove with your globe. How far will we go before we go over the curve of the globe Earth? How will we prove we're going over this curve? Do you know what I mean? Bring him out. Put him through a whole documentary where he can't prove his globe. Because that's what he deserves. Let's bring him up in an airplane. Show us how we correcting for curvature and rotation. Let's put him onto a boat. How are elevation angles? How are these measurements working when the horizon is not the horizon of your globe and we're using horizontal planes? How is this working for your globe? Do you know what I mean? Surveying. How is he going to measure everything with parallel horizontals and parallel verticals?
You can bet your bottom dollar when he's had all this put to him, we won't be saying, oh, and Dom Jolly just came back with all sorts of irrefutable facts that I couldn't overcome. No, you won't be. I absolutely assure you.
Exactly.
I'm supposedly shilling for Bill Gates, and I have no address to send an invoice to, which is very odd. I've been accused.
Just to put this distinction in, right? Craig is invested in NASA, not the other way round, right?
Working for NASA as well. It's very odd. I mean, the thing I really don't understand is if the Earth is flat, then why are NASA so keen to persuade us?
If the Earth is flat, well, you'd hope that the next part of that question would have something to do with Earth's flatness. Why do NASA, an entity that's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth beyond their declarations of it being stationary in their documentation for aviation? So, okay, NASA. Let's see what he's got to say about their appeal when he's talking about the ground being flat.
Is that it's round.
Why do NASA say it's round? Well, you've just talked about a conspiracy for the last 5 minutes.
Well, NASA claim it's a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane that they're flying their aircraft over. That's what they claim. But they show pictures of a claimed globe Earth from a moon surface. So NASA, how could you ever? I mean, it would come down to which one of those can NASA prove? Can they prove they're flying over a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane with their aircraft? Or can they prove that they're taking photographs of a globe Earth from a moon surface? I'd go with the first one.
Yeah, from a sky vacuum, which we can debunk with the law of nature, known as the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, which one would they, if they had to prove one of them, they certainly wouldn't be trying to prove the second one, would they?
Well, you can't. It's a violation of a law of nature.
Yeah, and NASA aren't stupid enough to even attempt to do that.
Maybe this will just be put down to irrefutable facts that he can't overcome, and therefore he wins because of the irrefutable facts. I mean, obviously, when people put irrefutable facts to you and you can't overcome them, you win. That's how it works.
They just say it's flat. I don't understand what's in it for them. Pretend.
That's called an appeal to motivation fallacy, Dom. Not the sharpest tool in the box anymore, eh? Brain withering with age, perhaps. The humour of the days gone by with popular comedy skits. That's beyond your reach now, obviously, Dom. Because now you're just using logical fallacies, like demonstrating how stupid you are. Appeal to motivation fallacy. Look it up.
It's round if it is flat. There seems to be no logic to it at all, which is why.
Right, no logic to your appeal to motivation fallacy. Why would they do that? No, they declare it's flat, non-rotating and stationary in their documents about aviation. Yeah? Been released to the public. I mean, maybe that's why we're here, to soften the landing for people like you who are going to brace against the fact that Earth is measured flat by NASA. That it's utilised flat by NASA. Why would they say it's curved? Yeah, that's a fallacy. An appeal to motive.
I kind of love it.
Completely. And that's something, I spend a lot of time debating flat Earth.
What, you spend a lot of time debating an appeal to motivation about NASA? Yeah, because you're invested in them. But you ask, why would I be paid by NASA? Why would anyone suggest that? No, you've invested in them, Craig.
And that is a question I've posed many times. And
so you've used the logical fallacy of motivation many, many times, have you, Craig? Wow. How amazing.
The answer I get most of the time is, oh, they're trying to hide God.
So when asked, why would NASA say Earth is a sphere, the answer you get from your standard rank and file flat earther is they're trying to hide God. No. Now, see, what we would do is debunk the area that these men from NASA claim to be going to. That would be a sky vacuum beyond the high-pressure gas that we're all breathing without containment. A straight-up second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas-filled space. Yeah?
Craig is doing a Danny Faulkner, because he's saying that, he's starting off calling it a conspiracy theory, something he knows it damn well it's not. And now he's talking about, well, what I get from flat earthers is they say that NASA are trying to hide God. It's like, I don't ever remember hearing any debate he was in. Well, now maybe it did happen, but I don't remember it happening over and over and over. I mean, that would be the same. Like, I don't even remember the question coming up of, why would NASA lie? I don't even remember that coming up in a debate between Flat and Globe for a long time.
It's a full-on straw man appeal to motivation fallacy. So the straw man Craig's presenting is, my opponents respond to my appeal to motivation fallacy with God. It's a straight-up straw man now. That's how Craig's managed to twist Dom Jolly's fallacy into a straw man alongside an appeal to motivation fallacy.
So we have three main fallacies happening so far. We have poisoning the well fallacy, we have an appeal to motivation, and we have a straw man.
Which always confuses me, because if God's God, then I don't think we'd be able to hide him. But it's all very. There's always.
Is that so, Craig? That's very telling. As was the pause.
A reason that we're not allowed to know, and they feel very special that they've got the information.
Not allowed to know? Again, very telling about your attitude about how these things need to be understood by you. So, do you have permission to understand these things yet, Craig? I'm sure you'll let us all know once you've been granted permission to understand this.
And it is very, very interesting.
That's one of the problems with conspiracy theories, is that basically as humans, we don't like chaos. And we don't like things to be a bit weird. And so
again, very telling from Dom Jolly. You don't like things to change. It would all be very weird. Now, you can project this out as though that's what the problem with conspiracy theories is. But this is you telling us how you feel, Dom, right? It doesn't take much. In fact, I'm not reading between the lines. Those are the words you used. Now, who else are you going to ascribe them to? You can only give your own personal account here. So very telling.
Conspiracy theories are very...
scary, terrifying, keep you up at night, losing sleep over them. It's not a conspiracy, Earth's measured flat. You losing sleep's very real, though.
Comforting to people. They give them an idea of order when everything is chaos. It's very strange. I mean, I met a flat earther in Chester the other day, and he told me that the edge of the flat Earth was an ice wall in Antarctica, and he said you can't go to Antarctica. Well, I've been to Antarctica, so straight away that was a bit odd. But
yeah, again, I wouldn't disagree, and we suppose these sorts of arguments have been put out into the realm so that you can brace against them. Yeah, utterly absurd. Nobody's going to be proving that there's an ice wall holding all the oceans in that's 70,000 plus miles in diameter. No, nobody's going to be proving that to you, Dom. I completely agree. What we would suggest is that the idiot flat earthers who punt that garbage realise that it is just from what we describe as the feast of nonsense. Garbage arguments for people like yourself to easily overcome so you can decry the notion of Earth being measured flat. Because the actual argument you've been presented isn't that Earth is measured flat, it's that we've got a friggin' ice wall. So you'll overcome that and then go about your day knowing that Earth is still a sphere. No, you haven't, have you, though, Dom? Here you are, talking about it on Fight the Flat Earth channel, right? And how disturbing it is, how you'd rather have order. Although you did try and seem to spin it into the fact that the general status quo is chaos, and that you wouldn't have that chaos if you were in a realm of conspiracy. That's how you seem to be positioning it, unless I'm very much mistaken.
He then claimed I didn't go to Antarctica.
Nathan, 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, he just said there he talked to a flat earther. Now, this is anecdotal, right? He talked to a flat earther in some place he was in the UK, and your man said to him that the edge of the flat earth is an ice wall. It's Antarctica and it's a big ice wall or whatever goes around. Okay. Now, he said, well, it was a bit strange as I was in Antarctica, but he didn't add that into it. When he says he was in Antarctica, was he in, this is just for the audience, the Ross Dependency, where they have penguins? Because that's technically a low-lying piece of land jutting out from Antarctica. He hasn't said whether he did or did not see ice walls, right? Because according to the globe, there is a massive ice wall going around the perimeter of Antarctica. It's just going around the perimeter of a big plain of ice at the bottom of the globe, or a big, cap of ice at the bottom of the globe. So did he actually go to Antarctica? And if he did go there, was he actually up on the Antarctic ice shelf? Or was he just in the Ross Dependency, which is technically just a low-lying piece of land out off the shoreline, basically, of Antarctica? That's not Antarctica, as in, it's not the ice shelf. So did he see an ice wall while he was there? Just out of curiosity, I'm not claiming there is an ice wall that surrounds us. I'm just saying, did he see an ice wall?
Even if he did or didn't, does he validate or invalidate that there is or is not a 74,000-mile in circumference ice wall surrounding the flat Earth perimeter that is shown on the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe taken by way of elevation angle measurements for the latitude system on that projection, measured off a flat Earth in its origin? Who cares? We measure flat Earth in our origins. We take latitude measurements. They then wrap them round a sphere to what? Cut it out in a tube, roll it out back flat, and show Antarctica as a strip along the bottom. But if you project it out in an azimuthal equidistant projection, suddenly what is a strip along the bottom on a transverse Mercator becomes an ice wall around your perimeter if you're North Pole centric in your projection and in your Polaris measurements off a flat Earth. So what? Prove to me that you can actually traverse the 74,000 miles and it's ice wall all the way, and then I'll believe one side or the other. In the meantime, we actually do measure Polaris for a Polaris-centric system that's areas of equal elevation in all directions, flat all the way, and it's utilised to make the maps and make the globe. Couldn't give a crap about what Antarctica is. Feast of nonsense garbage. Although everything you said was correct, Brian. I'm not decrying any of it.
Yeah, my point being is someone said to me that there's crocodiles in Australia, so it's dangerous to swim. But I was in Australia and I was swimming and I didn't see any crocodiles. Does that mean there isn't crocodiles? Do you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's like, that's my point. It's like the guy is completely fraudulent. And if I was, and I haven't said I didn't see crocodiles. I could say, yeah, I was in Australia, so that seems a bit strange. But that's a very nothing comment because I'm after filling in whether I did or did not see crocodiles. That's his attitude. Sorry, it annoys me.
I showed him proof that I went, which wasn't proof for him, and then he told me that I didn't go to the places where the whole thing is so nonsensical, it just makes you tired in the end.
Yeah, I agree. Feast nonsense is designed to do that to you, just to sort of tire you out. Neutral outcome at the end, nobody's proving anything, really. Meanwhile, Polaris is a measurement system that's made all the maps and helped us navigate and expand the known worlds. Known worlds? Yeah. Might as well segue onto that at this point before we get to space, which we inevitably will in this discussion. The known worlds were navigated to with respect to this horizontal plane of reference. We expanded it out from the latitude grid right up until we couldn't see Polaris anymore. And then we utilised other navigation styles to make our way back as we found the new worlds in our recent history. Now, where they found them in the documentation of finding them was in an area back then known as outer space, the area beyond the horizon where we will and have and did find new worlds. I mean, obviously there came a point when new worlds weren't going to be found out towards the horizon anymore. They were going to be found out in the sky. All the soil's up there. Obviously, those little lights that we see there, all the soil, yeah, we can go there, yeah. No point looking out towards the horizon, what we formerly called outer space and formerly found new worlds in. No point looking. Like in the Truman Show, just pull down the map and show you that we've all found what we could find. Nothing more else to find, right? Meanwhile, this crap argument that has been overcome by Dom quite admirably by showing that the guy's notions are incorrect, probably documented visually. Does that actually overcome the arguments for a measured flat Earth that developed the systems for you to be able to go down to Antarctica? I'm thinking, no, you'd have navigated there flat, my friend. That's how all the measurements are done. You have to have a flat Earth to be able to get the angles to the stars, including Polaris, which developed the map system in the first place. Furthermore, that development turned into your globe for you to have a little religion about. Doesn't change the fact we measure Earth flat. But maybe if you undo this notion of a straw man ice wall that's been put into the ether of flat Earth in what we call the feast of nonsense, maybe it'll seem like a win for the globe. Maybe. Till we come along.
Well, just off what he said there, Nathan.
Yes.
Sorry. What he said is that when he told the guy he was in Antarctica, and the guy asked him where was he, and he said the guy wasn't really believing I was there. He said, you weren't in the place where there was. And he said, where there was, whatever. He said, I just got bored at that stage. He's literally admitting that the guy probably said to him, no, that was the Ross dependency. Because that's probably where he went to, where the penguins are. That is not the ice shelf. Do you know what I mean? It's not up on the ice. That's the Ross dependency. It might be cold, but it's not the ice shelf, as they call it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
We got it. Although I was repeating myself, so are you.
He's such a liar. He's been so dishonest. The man, basically, the guy he's calling a kook, probably called him out on his nonsense.
I find it endlessly entertaining, though, and I've attempted to use it as a platform to, obviously I argue with the flat earthers.
Make money from, generate a living from, chill for NASA from.
But I like to then explain, using actual physics and science, why they're wrong. Obviously the flat earth...
Really? So when we ask daily for scientific evidence of gravity, you've got some of that, have you, Craig? I'm thinking no.
Earthers will never agree with or understand any of it. So
well, there's no disagreeing with science if it's actually science. You know, it's empirical. The outcome of the scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis, is empirical. You either validate the cause of the effect or you don't validate the cause of the effect. Ergo, validate the null or validate the alternative. One's getting proven, regardless of the outcome. You can either prove the cause of the effect or not, empirically. So if we were... It's not that Craig's got science, just as an aside. He hasn't. He's saying it's a nice little magic word. But if he did, we'd be fools to disagree with it because it would be empirical. He hasn't got that standard. But it's nice to drop it in here, isn't it, Craig, that you go by the physics? What, the study of the physical and natural world, the scientific method? No, you definitely don't do that. We know that. Even in the face of your gurus professing to be science, telling you things like gravity's not a force. You'll even defy the gurus if it goes against your religious rhetoric of a globe Earth in defiance of natural law. That's what you'll do. Not go with the physics, go with your religion.
Yeah. So for them, it's kind of pointless, but...
I've got to play a little bit more because I'm just playing 1 second at a time.
For the people that do watch it, it's nice that it's a way to describe physics with a bit of entertainment behind it.
I don't know. I find the actual process in description of scientific methodology, even with an outcome that's empirical, quite dull. I mean, you can say it's entertaining, but, you know, A causes B, and then showing A vary to cause B. That, to me, isn't necessarily very entertaining. It's an empirical outcome methodology that you can prove things with, though. You use the word science to prop up your religion, and in so doing, mock the people who actually adhere to science like us as entertainment. That's the reality.
I've heard some absolutely crazy things from flat earthers. I'll tell you the craziest thing that I've ever heard. I debated a flat earther that called himself Flat Earth Jesus, and he told me that the moon was dug out of the Grand Canyon by giants.
Is this compare the nuttiest flat earthers we can find? I mean, by this comparison, right, this is a bit of a low blow on my part, but just to reiterate it by descending it into the depths, right? I could easily say, I know of multiple murdering, globe-believing people in prison. That's what I could do. I could list off.
Why you know well?
I could, but that's what they're doing. Well, these people, in individualistic terms, are nuts. And they say they're flat earthers. Let's listen to how nuts this flat earther is. Really? Well, okay. Look at this guy who says Earth's a sphere and fully and wholeheartedly is appealing to the government because of his religious belief in a globe. That actually happened. Did anybody pick up on that? The atheists, during the eclipse, appealed for their religious faith to be adhered to. In essence, qualifying heliocentrism as a religion. Did you know that?
Yes.
Anyway.
No, what happened? The atheists appealed to the US government for something.
Prisoners
Yes,
during the
in
eclipse.
The prison system. Rikers Island.
Come on, Nathan.
You fill him in. It sounds like you know more about it than I do, Neil.
The inmates at Rikers Island said that it would fringe on their religion if they had to be locked up, because they were going to be locked down, because they said the guards would not be able to hold security because they would be too distracted with the eclipse. So then the inmates got together and said that's infringing on our religious rights. And that was atheism.
Well, I don't believe the inmates, but they got to see the eclipse. But yeah, true.
Yeah, but the judge found them favor of them. So
yeah, because it is a religion.
Yeah, it's set precedent. Exactly, it's set precedent. Anyway, let's carry on.
They took the material, they melted it into quartz, and whilst it was still cooling, they filled it with helium. And that's why there's bubbles. It was craters, the bubbles making the craters. And then they put it in the sky to mock us for worshipping the sun. And of course, he then called me the idiot because I said, no, it's just Earth's natural satellite. Yeah.
And how did you substantiate that claim? Okay, I'll take everything as read in terms of your decrying of some notion, ad hoc explanation from a kook, also a flat earther. But you say it's a body in orbit. I say orbits is derived from the ephemeris angle measurements of a flat Earth to give Kepler his mathematics to invent orbits. So they have their genesis in a flat Earth measurement, which would decry your statement and ultimately expose it as a reification fallacy. No. Kepler's orbital motion is a mathematical derivation of flat Earth measurements, undermining the notion that we could be on a curved surface with orbital motion going around us. The descriptions utilise the angles. Angles off a flat Earth? Well, no, definitely not. Obviously, Craig's not going to substantiate his baseless assertion. Me, I can undermine it without any substantiation from him, because it relies on a genesis of a flat Earth measurement.
I wonder if Craig is going to talk about when he debated for the third time the flat Earther Brian's logic, and where you had to tell a lie and show a fraudulent photograph. Is he going to mention that? Is he going to mention when the flat Earther, the kooky flat earther he met Mitchell from Australia, absolutely wiped the floor with him, or when Nathan Oakley made a fool out of him, or when Quantum Racer absolutely pulverized him? Is he going to mention any of that?
Of course not.
No.
Right, let's do a quick call
He's going to
action.
mention. He's not going to mention Anthony Riley or anyone else. He's going to mention flat Earth Jesus, some crazy idiot who comes up with crazy ideas.
Right, let's just do our call to action. So there's 125 people watching. Very warm welcome to all of you. Please share the show if you've not done so already. 127 people watching. There is a link going by for all of you in the live stream audience now. So please toddle along to FTFE channel and let the videographer, which is Craig, know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me and explain that we have responded to his video in the nicest possible way so your comment doesn't get deleted. The idea being that if Craig was to do a response to our video, he'd put a link to my video, offering up some assistance in the YouTube algorithmic love that we definitely do not receive from YouTube. Hopefully that's bought enough time for people to actually go and do that. Hopefully a few of you will. Obviously come back afterwards.
Yeah, there's the crazy, a lot of crazy. How would you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm afraid a lot of it is a mental illness, actually. And that's the problem.
Maybe. I mean, this guy does sound like a nutter.
I think there are certain flat earthers I slightly suspect of being...
Is Tom Jolly a psychologist?
No, I don't think he has any medical accreditation as far as I'm aware. Shout out to the Dominic. I saw you on the Final Experiment YouTube channel. Are you going? That'd be awesome. Haha. Am I going? No. No, I'm not going anywhere. I've got my own show. I'm running it right now. You saw me on there, though. That makes no sense because I haven't been there. Hopefully, if they've been using my material, they'll put a link to my channel, as I'm appealing to Craig to do, as I send an audience to him.
Into it just to be contrarians, really, because it's
Thank you for the super chat, by the way.
kind of the most extreme thing you could possibly think of, really. It goes against our entire belief system, really. And so certainly there were a couple of...
That was very telling also. So flat Earth goes against your belief system. Yeah, it does. Yeah, your belief in a sphere derived from flat Earth measurements. It very much contradicts that belief system you have. I don't have a belief, surprisingly. People think that I've got a belief in a flat Earth. I don't. It's just measured that way. That's how Earth is dealt with. Go on, Brian, before I press play.
I can't remember what I was going to say.
That's all right.
Yeah, now I do. Now I remember. If I was going to talk about globe earthers, would I continually go to the globe earthers who said the stupidest things ever to me? Because I have literally comments that I can show. No, I would go to just the general globe earthers, and I wouldn't need to misrepresent them, because the general globe earthers themselves enough. I don't need anything other than that. I don't need to find some kooky, crazy idiot in amongst the group. The group themselves and exactly what they do and how they do it is all I need to show that my opposition are crazy, are like no, I won't say crazy, are religious believers. I don't need to go to any particular kooky guy who told me some stupid thing that I was like probably yesterday, because I get told stupid things daily. I don't need to do that. I can just show them a whole broad spectrum of information. Do you know what I mean?
Pretty telling, right?
Hold on, I'm getting something in my earpiece. Sorry, what was that? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, we're going to transition now to our foreign correspondent, Quantum Eraser, in a prison in Kansas, who there is an interview taking place with what is that? An atheist religious believer about witnessing the eclipse. Oh, excellent. We'll go to Quantum Eraser now. How are you, Quantum Eraser? Oh, we seem to have technical problems with Quantum Eraser. We'll come back to that section later.
philosophy professors in North America that kind of, I think, did it almost as a philosophical experiment about, like, what's the most ludicrous thing we can propose, and then let's argue it. And I think it started like that. I think a lot of these things, a lot of conspiracies start as jokes or in jokes or sarcastic references online in places.
Really? See, the globe conspiracy started with a notion of prediction in terms of dates. Someone talking in the background? Reg, go ahead. Reg?
I got technical difficulties.
Reg, are you just hot micing, my friend? Reg, can you hear me? You're hot micing.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Pop yourself on mute. Unless you've got some... Did you want to add something? Also, Plum Bob, did you want to add something? Plum Bob? Causing a bit of audio chaos with yourself off mute. Did you want to add something?
Mic discipline.
Plum Bob, hello? Ugh. Dominic, thank you again for the super chat. They invited you to Antarctica. I don't want to go to Antarctica. Not in the slightest. But obviously, if someone's invited me along to Antarctica, then fair enough. I haven't received my invite, Dominic. Or the Dominic. Thank you for the super chat. Edda Bear, can you pop yourself on mute unless you've got something to add? Thank you.
And then, like everything, 10 to 20% of people take things seriously. In my book, I found a conspiracy called Finland Doesn't Exist. And basically, the theory was that Finland, the country, doesn't exist. Russia and Japan had conspired to invent a country in 1917 so they could have fishing rights. And that started off as a Reddit thread, as a joke. But of course, people took that and then took it seriously. And by the time...
And therefore, Flat Earth is basically the same. It's a Reddit joke. No, it isn't. It's the origins of your globe belief.
Time I got to Finland, if it was Finland, you know, Finns had heard of it and everything. So, yeah, I mean, you know, conspiracy theories are funny. And that's why I wrote the book. But they're not funny. In the old days, conspiracy theories were kind of innocent. You know, did we land on the moon? I don't give a shit. I mean, we obviously did, but I don't really give a shit.
So you don't give a shit, but you know that you did. You wouldn't care either way if you didn't care. But you know that they went to the moon. Shall we enlighten Dom? Anybody want to take the reins? If not, I will.
Yeah, it is obviously, I'm not worried about that. I don't care whether they did or didn't, but they definitely did, because if they didn't, that'd be a major problem for me psychologically. That's what I'm hearing.
No.
Not that I'm a psychologist.
I meant, did anybody want to categorically and conclusively debunk the notion that we have been through a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, to get to the moon?
Yeah. Oh, no. If a sky vacuum existed, then the gases we breathe would have instantly, they never would have, you can't create pressure in a vacuum. It would be impossible. It would have, any gas particle that may have been created would have instantly diffused into an area of zero resistance, more or less. That's what gas does. No, that place doesn't exist.
Yeah. So the journey to the moon, Dom, was claimed to take place via a sky vacuum called outer space. Now, if the sky was a vacuum, as is claimed to be the area traversed to get to the moon, then the gas, which we're breathing at high pressure, would have never developed in the first instance. The very first gas particle to depart from the surface of Earth would have vacated into the area of volume known as a sky vacuum, never to return. That's what gas does. It expands at a high rate of speed into whatever volume it has available to it. So if the sky was an available volume, as is claimed to be traversed for a trip to the moon, then the gas would fill the space and we'd all be dead. Your notion of this area of volume that people travel through, the high pressure gas, passing it by as they wave it goodbye, looking back at it in the sky vacuum, it's all garbage. It's a violation of natural law. Yeah, gas dispersion, second law of thermodynamics. These are things that occur always. Gas always fills space. There is no sky vacuum. There is no trip to the moon. Every single claim, garbage, nonsense about it, was claimed to have taken place in a sky vacuum and is automatically debunked by the second law of thermodynamics. There was no trip to the moon, and have never been to the moon.
Well, can gas pressure naturally form in a vacuum?
No.
Or would that be a contradiction?
Can't even have a vacuum without containment.
Yeah, and vacuums don't. Vacuums, yeah, you need a container for a vacuum. But the thing, it's a contradiction, because gas pressure. The whole point of a vacuum is that it doesn't have a high concentration of gases. Do you know what I mean? That's the point of it. It's a very, 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 very low concentration of gas, if any. Do you know what I mean? So how are you going to form? Well, is there gas pressure in a vacuum? Yes, you can say that everything we call a vacuum, regardless of what Torr value you give it, if it has a Torr value, then it has pressure. It's just the pressure is so low that if we were in this 14.7 or 760 Torr that we live in at present, there'd be no way that 760 Torr would not instantly diffuse into the 10 to the minus 17 Torr vacuum that's claimed to be surrounding us. It just would not. It's just not possible for that not to happen if that scenario was correct.
So you're saying gas will behave like gas? It'll fill the available volume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigfoot, don't know if that's a conspiracy. Is Elvis still alive? And then in about 2015, conspiracies jumped the shark and kind of became part of the body politic and kind of got a bit more serious, actually, and a bit more dangerous with people like Donald Trump fully embracing them and Kellyanne Conway saying things like alternative facts. And yeah, it got very bad. So I think they're not funny anymore.
No, you're
And
right.
That's why I don't have a problem with flat Earth.
He
Yeah,
doesn't have a problem with flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why he's there.
I think the differ.
Exactly.
Well, you know what is a massive conspiracy in 2024? This claim that when you're sailing towards the horizon, you're actually sailing over the curve of the globe Earth. That's a conspiracy I think needs to be put to bed.
Yeah, the reification of a Keplerian model.
There's like, I bumped into a couple in Chester. They're just, they're preaching their stuff. I mean, who cares really? But actually, I think it is important to stand up for truth. There's a real kind of anti-expert thing going on, an anti-science thing, and I think that's really dangerous.
No, you're absolutely 100% right. The majority of flat Earther, for people like me and Simon Dan and MC2, is it's comedy, it's entertainment. But you're absolutely 100% right that there is a dangerous side to it. That you lead to other conspiracies like against medicine that can save people's lives, and
it's a gateway drug. Gateway drug to other conspiracies. 1 minute you're dealing with elevation angle measurements to Polaris to form a flat Earth grid system. Next thing you know, you're on heroin. I mean, dealing with Mandela effect.
Sorry, Nathan. These guys are saying, it don't matter to them. And Don Johnny's saying, it doesn't matter to me either way when it obviously causes them serious problems. And FDFE is there going, yeah, it's just entertainment. If it's entertainment, then how come you put such effort into it and you go as far as literally lying, trying to lie your way through a debate because you're losing it so bad on the topics of geometry and physics? Tell us about that, Chris.
Isn't it us that always hold them to the standards of science, and they the ones that said that science doesn't prove anything? I'm pretty sure that he was one of the ones that said that science doesn't prove to the flat earthers. So how is we being science deniers when we holding science to its absolute standard of using the scientific method? Anything within natural science needs experiment in order to prove the cause of the effect. We actually apply the logic of non-contradiction, and they're the ones that say that science doesn't prove anything.
Yep, they're talking about science to them is pseudoscience. So what they're claiming is science is pseudoscience, and that doesn't prove anything. And we all hold them to task on that. Yeah, no, what you're claiming, Craig, is pseudoscience, and that doesn't prove anything. So pseudoscience doesn't prove anything. Actual natural science only proves or disproves. That's all it does. Sorry, Neil.
Well, to be fair, my son was saying way before flat Earth that science only disproves. I can remember him saying that.
But just to give it a bit of history on that, they used to say that science didn't prove anything. Then they said science only disproves things because that's the not understanding hypothesis tests. And to disprove is to prove, right? So if I prove if I prove something is not the cause of something else, then I've proven it's not the cause. This natural effect or a natural cause is not the effect. This natural force is not causing this natural effect, whichever, right? So I've proven that. That's a proof, right? So to say just disprove, and suddenly they realized, right, we're not understanding that there's a lot more hypotheses tests that the null will be proven in as opposed to the alternative. Why? Because you might have to test 4, 5, 6, 10 different things before you get to the cause, the actual cause, of what's causing the effect. So yeah, you'll have a lot more null proven, but they're still proven. So if I prove something didn't cause something, then I've proven that's not causing that. That's a proof. Don't need to go back on it.
Shout out to Tom. He says, on the one hand, Glurf say, this is basic high school science, end quote. On the other hand, they say, the literal definition of science is only for high schoolers. Grow up. Which is it? I'll give you the super chat.
The realm of being much more dangerous than funny. And I always feel like flat Earth is almost a gateway conspiracy. If you can believe that the Earth is flat, then that clearly means everybody is lying to you, and that.
No. We quite categorically deter people from appealing to motivation. If we demonstrate that Earth is measured flat, that's it. Cast iron, stone cold proof that that is how Earth is measured, if we show that it's measured in that way. What's that? There must be why would they lie? I don't care. I've just shown you a measurement of something. Your concern about everybody having to be lying to you is your concern. And this projection onto us, because somehow now we need to answer why 10,000 NASA employees would be lying. No, those are just your feeble concerns with the awful truth that might befall you if you had to consider it. Now, that is why you fight the flat Earth, Craig. So you never have to do that, because it would be awful for you to worry about everyone else's motivation. We don't concern ourselves. Far from it. We just demonstrate Earth is measured flat. That's what we do. Do I care about whether or not... No, I don't care if NASA employees are lying or not. I mean, I can prove categorically that the astronauts are lying. They're not in a sky vacuum, an area akin to Narnia in violation of natural law. If they say they're floating around in space, I say they're liars. Because they are. Demonstrably. But it doesn't help me in my quest to prove Earth's measured flat. I'll just use measurements for that. Doesn't matter. I don't need to appeal to anybody's motivation about lying. Ask them. If you conclude that they must be lying. Me, I don't care.
Opens up the avenue to everything else being fake, and like you said, it then leads into the realms of mental illness, and it can be. Yeah, like conspiracy cats talked about in the third person also, right? Well, it would mean that you'd have to start questioning all these other things. You'd have sleepless nights. Yeah, it could lead to mental illness. You see, we ascribe that as your pain, though, don't we, Craig? Yeah? It's not my pain. I'm not worried about the conspiracies of lies. I'm not knocking on NASA's door asking me why I've shilled for them and invested so heavily in them when they've just been deceiving me about the sky vacuum that violates the law of nature. No, I'm not doing that. I don't care. You care. But because you care, you suddenly feel in your, position of authority, you can demand flat earthers explain why people would be lying? Well, you go ahead. You appeal to that motive. You use that fallacy as pain relief. Because that's all it is. You and your pain and your concerns about what might be if the devastating facts of Earth being measured flat were true. That's not a true or false scenario. It's not a believe or disbelieve situation. It's a measurement of Earth, utilised in your globe faith.
Well, I can tell you why they would lie, because Craig literally lied in a debate I had with him, the last one I had and probably will ever have with the guy. Right? Craig literally lied. He showed a fraudulent photograph and lied. Right? Why did he lie? Because he had to. That's why. To keep his globe faith somewhat alive.
Concerning.
He was caught out in the debate, thanks to Spot On and Bev. But he did lie. So why would they lie? You tell me, Craig, because you were caught lying.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I found is that gateway drug's the right word. I mean, I
down to 20% intelligibility because of his crap internet connection as well.
I found a very weird correlation between belief in new age hippie type shit and conspiracies. And then, so to me, crystals are a gateway drug. If anybody in your family...
Crystals are a gateway drug. I did it in comedic irony. Now he is literally associating crystals with a flat earth. This is your mind on crystals. This is your mind on flat earth. Right, Dom?
When your friends start collecting crystals, then they're soon going to be going down the rabbit hole.
1 minute it's crystals. Next thing you know, it's 9/11. Before you know it, it's Mandela. And then flat earth. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Before you know it, you're measuring elevation angles to Polaris with a flat plane.
It's all conspiracy. Why would they lie?
Talking about sextants.
Talking about sextants. Avert my ears.
It is odd. Like once people believe in one theory.
Well, you obviously don't understand science either, demonstrating his own ignorance. Theory? What, like the result of scientific experimentation, empirical in nature? Oh, you mean your Mystic Meg theories? Your colloquial theories? Your incorrect ascribing of theories to models and mathematics derived from flat Earth measurements? Those sort of theories? Mystic Meg theories, we call them.
They tend to go for the whole lot. And I think it's one of the really depressing things about conspiracy theories, because I'm certainly not claiming that conspiracies have not existed. We're conspiratorial people. Companies and corporations have behaved terribly, but that's a crime often, not a conspiracy.
Is that just poor internet connection, or was that an edit? I have to look at that later.
Conspiracy, and governments have behaved incredibly badly, so vote them out or, you know, lock them up. But it's not always a conspiracy. I think that's the problem. And the problem with a conspiracist mindset is that you start to just think everyone is evil. Everyone's hiding stuff. Everyone.
Or this is a stereotyping fallacy. So do you think everyone's evil, Brian?
Well, there's a group of people out there who think that I'm telling lies when I say that the horizon is not the edge of a globe Earth that you can sail over.
And that makes you evil?
Well, as far as they're concerned, I must be lying. So why would I lie, Nathan?
According to them, you need rehab. Rehab, Brian.
Yeah, but they're the ones with the conspiracy, Reg, because they're the ones claiming in 2024 that you can sail over the horizon because it's the leading edge of a globe Earth.
Yeah, we debunked that in 2024. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon could be measured no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Earth curve mathematics. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959, therefore the horizon is not Earth curve, and the Earth is not a sphere.
Well, let me put it to Reg. Sorry, Reg, go. I said go after. Go on.
I was going to say, instead of them dealing with that, they rather call us conspiracy theorists, and instead of basically dealing with an argument at hand. Wow, poison in the well.
Well, what's a bigger conspiracy, Reg? That is it a bigger conspiracy that the horizon is not a location that you can sail over, or that the horizon is a location that you can sail over? Is he saying that the horizon is an optical dissolution point created by weather and optics and whatever else elevation? Is that a conspiracy, or is it a conspiracy that someone is saying that it's actually the leading edge of a globe Earth you can sail over?
Well, one is used in practical application. The other is a baseless assertion that we've debunked in 2024.
No, 2020 and before that.
2020, sorry.
Well, actually 2015. And actually technically a long time before that, because they could never prove this. And they never, because it's not true. But the point is that which one is the conspiracy? Which one is, right? Is it reality that the horizon is some kind of optical phenomenon created by weather and optics? You know, or is it that it's the leading edge of a globe Earth?
No, we can show how the leading edge of a globe Earth came from flat Earth measurements of surface level and eye level. Ergo, the conspiracy is to assert the reification of a geometric sphere edge horizon below surface level, later to be refracted beyond any geometric considerations for a globe Earth, annihilating their positive assertion in the first instance. That's the full rendition of the annihilation and death of the globe. So, ergo, to answer your question, the globe Earth is the conspiracy. Earth is just measured flat for navigation. That's not like some outrageous claim. That's actually how it's dealt with.
Yeah, because there is a conspiracy that there is boats sailing over the horizon, and because it's the leading edge of a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's just them. They're just facing the awful truth of their conspiracy, and they need to project it onto their opponents.
Everyone's lying.
Hold on.
And that's just such a deeply depressing worldview, and it's also total bollocks because.
Yeah, depressing. This is projection, Dom. You are depressed about this, not us. Me? When I started this show, I don't know if you were here, Brian, when I did this, but I'm like moaning about the general things in life, like very much a first world problem, coffee machine problems, tumble dryer problems, things like that, right? That just nag at you and make you irritated and on edge, right? Those are the things that stress me out. Flat Earth, on the other hand, beyond the show, be honest, Brian, do you spend a lot of time worrying about Flat Earth?
I don't worry about it at all. I don't have to worry about it. It's measured. You know what I
No,
mean?
me neither. Now, once you know how it's measured, that is how Earth is. And it is that way to create a globe, Faith. So for me, do I now suddenly concern myself with the lies that might be befalling me? No, life ticks along just the way it was, and all you numpties still believe in a globe anyway. You know, the fact that people like Dom Jolly are realising the awful truth slowly and realising how horrifying it is and projecting that out onto people he paints as numpties and stereotypes as being the entire idea. Well, you can do what you like, Dom. Me, I don't lose any sleep over this. Kids waking me up is, you know, about as troublesome as my sleep patterns get. As opposed to, oh my God, what if they are lying? Which is what you are saying. I know you're saying it's us and the implications of what we do, but they're very much the words coming out of your own mouth, my friend. Depressing, stressful, all these words, yeah? Yeah. Also bollocks. Which bit? Just decry a measurement of a latitude and I'll call it quits. I'll shut my channel. How about that?
Well,
Yeah, like nobody's worried
Nathan,
about this stuff. Like
what?
nobody's walking around banging on people's doors or demanding answers from NASA. We just know that the Earth is flat, is measured flat. This is the practical use, is used for practical navigation, and we know, and we able to rest with that. We're not even, you know, bothering people that believe in the globe. They're going to believe in it anyway. If we do come across the conversation.
Exactly. We're not there with pitchforks and torches.
We're going to
right?
tell them our belief.
The people who go to NASA with pitchforks and torches are these guys. The ones invested in NASA. Yeah? If you're invested and you figure out that you've bought all the shares and worked all the hours and put all the effort in it and they've robbed your pension, you'll be the one at their doorstep with pitchforks and torches, demanding answers from liars. No, we've grown up. We're not children. We're not stupid. If you figure out someone's a liar, you don't go knocking on their door asking for answers, because you know what they'll give you? More lies! And if you're invested, you might be of the ilk, like Craig, to develop some of those lies on their behalf. For monetary incentive on YouTube.
Yeah, they're the ones that need to worry about it.
Unfortunately,
hold on, just let Reg go.
True.
Reg, go ahead.
I was going to say they're the ones that need to worry about it. You know, they got entire channels and they got a whole livelihood to basically, you know, keep it going. So if they find out that it's false, they're the ones that had the dilemma. It's not, you know, us, the flat earthers. We just know this is the way it's measured. We know what NASA actually admitted, or how they actually, you know, how their system actually work using flat earth measurements as well. So, you know, these are the things that they have to deal with. And once we get a good understanding of what it is, we just move on with our life and like, oh, well, we've figured out the earth is flat. Well, that's that. I guess, you know, they have to
And
deal
that's
with
a
that.
good-
I'm not invested with NASA.
That's a good point, which leads me to see, because you know it's flat. That's why you could say that. The people that don't know it's flat, they do go banging on NASA's door, and they want to bring NASA to court. And unfortunately, the person that represents flat earthers on his most recent debate does bang on NASA's door. So we're lumped in with it. Sorry.
Right, second super chat in this sentiment. Hold on, just let me shout out the super chat. Shout out to Joe. Has anyone mentioned the final experiment yet? Question mark, question mark. You were invited, Nathan. Okay, number one. No, it wasn't. Nobody's invited me to anything. You telling me that I was invited doesn't mean I was invited. So an invitation is something that I would receive that said, would you like to do something or not? Please RSVP. That's an invite. Now, if you're suggesting, and I can only read between the lines, that someone's made a video, and in their video that I absolutely haven't watched and I'm totally unaware of, have said, I invite Nathan to do something, that's not an invite. Yeah, it's like writing down a letter to the Queen and saying, should say King now, isn't it? She's dead. Wouldn't be a great example. You write a letter to the King and say, I invite you to X. X being an event that you are holding. And then you don't mail it. And go, oh, of course I invited you. Here it is, it's the invite. There it says right there, look, RSVP. Oh, well, I didn't receive it. So if I haven't received an invite, yeah, it's like information. There has to be a reciprocant. I haven't been that reciprocant for some invite to a experiment, final experiment. Maybe if you are of the ilk, thank you for the super chat. But maybe you could let me know from the chat what the dependent variable was. Obviously, we talk quite extensively here on the show about experiments. Yeah? So if I could just be made aware of what the dependent variable is, because if I was invited to an experiment, that would be the first question I'd be asking in response. What's the dependent variable? What are you studying exactly? Maybe you can let me know from the chat. Thank you for the super chat, Joe. Right, can we listen to at least a minute of this?
Summer work, won't you? Like Barbados or something.
Yeah, if I'm being invited to Antarctica, I've said many times, it's cold. I'm not a big fan of the cold.
Something. Yeah, if they're going to invite you to summer cold, why don't you bring it to San Moritz or, I don't know, somewhere? Skiing, something. Like, what are you going to do in Antarctica? What is there to do outside of sea penguins? Nothing, from what we're told.
I don't know, there's some hot spots there.
Yeah. Am I the guy saying there's a 74,000-mile ice wall that I need to justify? And if they are going to take me because I am that guy making that claim, I'm not. Are we going to traverse around the whole of the shelf? You know, that's going to take quite a long time. I mean, I'm not one of the people making the claims there's an ice wall in Antarctica or that there should be experimentation going on there or even any phenomena to observe down there. What phenomena are we observing? Maybe a 24-hour sun. Could you show us that? Maybe that'll be the final experiment.
Well, surely if there was a 24-hour sun, like, they'd be videoing it all the time. There'd be no need for any fraudulent videos. No need. No, it doesn't matter if there is. I don't care. But the point being is, why would you make a load of fraudulent videos if something is real? Do we need to make a fraudulent video, 10 fraudulent videos on the existence of tables? No.
Moreover, when you say make fraudulent videos, no, by the contrast and compare, there are plenty of videos describing flat Earth measurements of elevation angles. That's why we're still here. We are deeply intertwined in terms of the genesis of the globe claim. You can't censor out of existence the nature of Earth. Earth is flat. And it's how it's dealt with, specifically in this current comparison in 2024, by navigators. So what are you going to do when you decide, oh no, we're just going to censor out of existence these dangerous, crackhead-producing nutters, as Dom Jolly seems to suggest we are? Surely, if we're dangerous, you just put a big fat line through us. Right? I'm sure there's plenty of things that aren't allowed on YouTube. Pornography, for a start. Not allowed. Just draw a line through it, right? Just turn that off. Not allowed. Why are we still here then, given that it's so easy to eradicate dangerous things like flat Earth? It's because your genesis of a globe claim comes from those measurements of a flat Earth. They're detailed specifically in navigators' videos. And they're not even mentioning flat Earth. They're just measuring it flat. Like we declare. What are you going to do? Get rid of those dangerous navigators when they talk about how they measure Earth flat? Because they do. It's the origin of your globe claim that you're all worried about. Let's get back onto this Dom Jolly video.
Is that 24-hour sun another globe conspiracy?
Yeah, well, about that conspiracy, there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Because most people I know are generally good. And actually, I've met a lot of people in power. And actually, the idea that these...
Oh, yeah? Name 3.
People can run these sophisticated conspiracies. It's just so fucking insane. They can't run a parking system normally. So that's my big problem with a lot of conspiracies, is the amount of people necessary to keep a lid on it. It's just insane.
Is that appeal to motivation again, or is it appeal to consensus? So many people need it. I think that's going to appeal to consensus.
Well, how many world leaders and governmental bodies were involved in claiming that there was WMDs in Iraq? And there wasn't. So someone said that's a conspiracy. Someone said there isn't WMDs. They're only going in there to do other things. Would they have been right or wrong? You know what I mean? Just as an example. That's not what. Is it a conspiracy that they didn't find WMDs? No. Is it a conspiracy that they never had any evidence of WMDs? No. So what's he talking about? There's no end of evidence of people in power collaborating to fool the public. That's why they're in power. Like, that's what these people do.
Insane. You know, and the idea that Donald Trump, when he was president, would have had knowledge of all these things and couldn't, and the fact that he wouldn't.
I know. Was he one of the guys that you met? Did you ask him? 2 questions. Compound. Obviously, he's not here to respond. But you said you've met lots of famous people, powerful people. Is he one of them? Did you ask him? If not, this is nonsensical. Another shout out to Joe. The most recent video explains the whole experiment. Okay, I'm not subscribed. Maybe someone who's gone to the effort of presumably using my name or my material would like to actually come and talk to me, given that I run a daily live show with a link to the public. Or maybe not. I mean, maybe it should be me going to the effort. I'll give you the super chat.
Have told us, come on. I mean, you know, guy can't keep his mouth shut about anything.
Exactly. There's a sect of flat earthers that were convinced that Donald Trump was a flat earther and was going to announce it to the world. You know, because he said some crazy things that they partly agreed with. And, therefore he must know the actual truth. But obviously that never happened.
Could you be any more vague? Could you give us the example? What's he talking about?
I've never heard that, not one time. Didn't hear one flat earther ever say that Donald Trump was a flat earther and he was going to announce anything. Never heard that. I talk to flat earthers every day.
It does.
Donald Trump was asked about 7 years ago, and he replied, "Of course, it's flat. I fly everywhere all the time." It was a throwaway remark. You can read into it what you want. He didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it. He just made a statement of truth, which is he flies everywhere all the time.
Donald Trump said that, Adam.
Long time ago, that was. That's like...
So is this... Why would Craig negate to mention the fact that he specifically stated, of course it's flat, I fly everywhere? He just...
Yeah.
Why did he leave that bit out, I wonder?
Well, that kind
Mike
of changes
Tyson
things.
said that too.
So flat
Mike
earthers
Tyson
weren't
said
going
that.
around saying it. Sorry, Reg.
I was saying Mike Tyson said that too. That he thought it was flat because of flying until he I think he was
That's what I
talking to
said.
somebody.
When I first came to this subject, it was the first thing I appealed to. I appealed to my, as though this is slightly askew from that, my understanding of heliocentric rhetoric was to say that I appreciated that the left to right axis curvature was not visible from 30,000 feet. So me, bored out of my brain, travelling from country to country to meet the rich people that were buying my product, I looked out the back window and went, God, I wish I could go higher. Why was I asking or dreaming about going higher? To see the Earth curve. Well, you might say, well, how is that you recognising Earth's flat? It's because that's what I'm actually saying, isn't it? Read between the lines in my cognition, in my thought process, when I'm saying I wish I could go higher to see it curving. AKA, I'm not seeing it curving. There is no visible curve. Look how flat it is.
This is sorry.
Go on, Adam.
So this is the trouble, isn't it? This is when we reify the horizon, it's kind of a gateway to other conspiracies, like believing you can travel into a second or thermodynamics violation. That's that first thing. Before we enter flat Earth, we are reifying the horizon. That's what Nathan's looking at. That demarcation point, he thinks then is Earth curve, but why is it not bending? That's exactly. A gateway.
It's gateway. Next thing you know, you're believing in second law of thermodynamics violations, areas of volume. It's a gateway drug. This is your brain on Earth curve. This is your brain on space.
I said the same thing, Nathan. Back in the year 2000, going to Australia, and the only time I got to see any consistent daylight throughout the flight was when I was flying over across Australia from Hong Kong. And I remember being sad, or being not sad, but disappointed, looking out, seeing no Earth curve in any way. There was no clouds because there's very little cloud over the outback, and it's just a massive desert. And seeing just for endless, nearly, for whatever my eyes could see, nothing but a flat plane. And I remember thinking, I won't see any Earth curve now because I was going to Sydney. So I was thinking, well, I suppose Australia just must be a really flat country.
That's what I used to think.
It's all flat, Bozo. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Flying across Europe and you're flying over the land itself. So it obviously does have topology. But I can remember the same thing going through on a really clear day. Wow, it's just massive and flat as the eye can see. Because that's what you're presented with. I mean, it's not a standard, though, is it? I mean, now I would decry that if someone presented that and put it on the table as evidence. It's like, that's not evidence, right? Purely anecdotal. Right, give me your measurements. That would be what I'd be interested in today. But back then, what I would qualify as a tacit belief in flat Earth is what they're attacking, as though we have the same standards as they do. They've got a belief in the Earth curve derived from flat Earth measurements. As a result of those measurements, I no longer have a belief in anything in this regard. Don't need to. Nothing to believe in.
Well, I find it strange, just to go back to Donald, because it's connected to air travel, the Donald Trump statement. What they said is flat earthers going around saying that Donald Trump knows it's flat and he's going to be saying this, that, and the other thing, as opposed to the truth, which is Donald Trump actually came out and said, yeah, it's flat. I fly everywhere all the time.
Yeah.
I mean,
but simultaneously, if push came to shove, he would absolutely prop up the Western world religion of a globe, because it's the Western world religion. He's the, you know, the leader of the free world, and that's their current religion and rhetoric. So if he was charged with it, he'd go, of course I'm joking. Now that is their
we
point.
don't know what he do. I think we're taking a step too far there. I don't know what he do, but the point is that I'm only talking about what Craig and what they were speaking about, as opposed to the actual truth that Adam gave. No, flat earthers weren't going around making statements. Donald Trump made a statement that caused flat earthers to possibly make statements. I don't know, but Donald Trump did make a statement, because Adam is not a lawyer.
It was one of those trivium bits that we used to mention on Iron Realm. That's why it stayed in my head. Do you know what I mean? And
a quick shout out to Joel while you're figuring out what you're going to say. It's for sure. It's for the 24-hour sun, says Joel. Sorry for butchering your super chat. Thank you very much indeed. 24-hour sun, you say. Okay. I mean, I've had first-hand testimony of someone who spent 18 months down in Antarctica that there is no 24-hour sun. So, I mean, that's second-hand from me. You can listen to the personal testimony of Robert Shortman on Confessions of an Antarctic Plumber. But as I say, he spent an extended period down there. There was no 24-hour sun according to his account. What I actually asked for was the dependent variable, given that it's claimed to be an experiment. We'll see how I get on with that. Maybe you could super chat that. You don't have to super chat it, just stick it in the chat. Dependent variable for the experiment, please.
Well, why did they need you to go to Antarctica to prove whether there is or is not a 24-hour sun? That doesn't mean anything.
I don't know.
Why can't they just go and do it? End the argument. Like, why doesn't Wolfie just come up with the pitch data? End the argument. Why doesn't Celestial Navigators out there, like Proto, come up with, you know what I mean, a dip correction, come up with a way of measuring, you know what I mean? Where are they coming up with all this stuff? Can't come up with any of it. So you're supposed to go with them to Antarctica. And what will happen then if you don't see a 24-hour sun? Will it make any difference to you? No.
No, it's
So
still
you'll
be
be
measured
sitting there
flat.
on
The
a boat with a load of
latitude
guys
system would
crying.
still be... It's not something I lean on. So why I'm being drawn into this, I have no idea. Who cares?
Anyway,
But do you want to end up sitting in a boat? Sorry,
No,
just 1 second. Do you
not at all.
want a potential situation happen where you're sitting in a boat in a really cold place where a load of guys that are there with you are crying because they're risking the 24-hour sun?
No.
Is that something that you would consider a holiday?
Not at all. No. If someone offered it me, I'd decline.
Let's go to Mount Bay instead.
Oh, come on. We've got to do a bit more of this video.
I might actually start to believe him because he's consistently wrong on everything. So it's very odd.
Yeah, you better not say the Earth is globe. That might be worrying for everybody else.
Yeah.
But it is concerning that with all the information that's just at your fingertips in the world, that people can still fall into this. And I read a paper about the moon landing conspiracy and how many people would have to be involved, and they mathematically figured out that it...
I can go around on the appeal to motivation fallacy.
Would be impossible to keep that information from the amount of people that would be involved, and then the amount of people that those people knew, and it would, it's just literally impossible to imagine that a secret that big could be compartmentalized so well and kept from so many people, and no one on their deathbed or anything has ever come out and said, yeah, absolutely, I never...
Who cares? Yeah, NASA, in their own documentation about aviation, talk about Earth as a horizontal, non-rotating plane. That's how NASA defines it.
Flat stationary.
Yeah, flat and stationary. In terms of how the systems that they use on their maps, they use a transverse Mercator as well. It's in their main control room. Transverse Mercators come from elevation angle measurements measured off a flat plane to Polaris. That's how that map's derived. That's its origins. Do I give a crap how many people would have to know or not know? No, I'm not interested in appealing to liars. Once I figured out that NASA were lying to me, yeah, not some individual in NASA and how many of them and how they may or may not know about it. I don't care. I knew that sky isn't a vacuum, and that was the end of my concern with NASA. They're liars. That's it. They punt the idea that the space above our head is an area of volume gas isn't filling. I don't need anything else from them. I know they're lying.
Can I ask you a question, Nathan?
Go ahead.
Would you be willing to go to Antarctica with these guys if before you go or just after you go, but before we better, maybe? It's up to you. If you had a 2-week holiday in Saint-Tropez.
Would I take a 2-week holiday in Saint-Tropez in exchange for a trip to Antarctica? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or the Amalfi Coast. In Italy or whatever. Yeah, I mean, if they want to go to Antarctica, surely they should sweeten the deal. They have to give you something.
Right, travel is not something you will... Number one, right? My wife has a job to convince me to go anywhere, right? She's told me literally yesterday, no, next year, we're definitely going on a foreign holiday. I'm like, oh, whatever. Now, she hasn't exactly had a great deal of foreign travel. Now, we're currently really poor, so, it's kind of out of the question because we just can't afford to do it. But she's keen to, is the point, regardless of our financial ability to do so. Smash the super chat if you're watching. Meanwhile, I have been all over the world. Like, all over. Yeah, when I talk about going to the back of the aeroplane, why do you think I was on the plane? I was going to all these different countries, flogging my wares. And when you're there with rich people, buying the most expensive product in your category, yeah, the people who you are actually dealing with, the friendlies, the people who are your dealers and your distributors and their customers that are very rich, will show you a very good time in very expensive places. So in terms of where I've been and what I've done it all for free, all over the world. So you saying, can I appeal to you to go to somewhere god-awful with nothing to do that's really cold? We invited you, but we didn't send you an invite. We made a video about you called An Experiment. And my only question to the people who have secondhand passed on information that apparently an invite didn't receive is, what's the dependent variable? We keep getting told what the premise that they're investigating is and how I'm somehow invited. Who cares? Just give us the dependent variable for the experiment. We'll ascertain whether or not it's got a worthy scientific methodology attached. We already know the answer. But me going down to Antarctica, no! Absolutely not. Got no desire whatsoever to do that. Thank you very much. Saint-Tropez, on the other hand, yes, please.
A 2-week family holiday to Saint-Tropez?
Yes, please.
Will you go then?
To Antarctica? No.
It's the people that have a belief. When you have a no-so, you don't have to go to Antarctica to prove what. We already proved Earth is flat.
Who's the fat ass with the wire fetish?
Say again?
Who's the fat ass with the wire fetish beside the mental incompetent?
Oh, who's Dom? You're asking who Dom Jolly is?
Yes. Is that
okay?
his
So
name?
Dom Jolly was popular in the, I'm going to say, late 90s, early 2000s with a show called Trigger Happy TV. And to be fair, it was very, very funny. It was of the moment. I'm sure if I was to play one of his sketches now, it may or may not hold up, and it doesn't really matter. But back in the day, he was considered like a comic genius in terms of what he was doing on Trigger Happy TV. He was very, very popular. For an example, he would have somebody walking down the street, a narrow alley, filmed from above at a 45-degree angle. And as the person rounds the corner in the alley, he presumably radios to 100 people dressed in furry costumes who charge at the random member of the public who's just minding their own business rounding a random corner they've probably rounded every day for the last year, coming home from work or whatever. Suddenly, they're being charged by 100 furries. who just charged past them, and that, for whatever reason, when I was, however old I was, probably in my teens, very funny. Yeah, other things.
Wow.
Back in the 90s, when mobile phones were definitely not as popular as they are today, where everyone's got one, they were a fairly uncommon sight. And because it was an opulent item, very expensive, the people who used to have them, called yuppies by probably the Americans and the English, were those loud-mouthed people in a posh suit that would be talking abruptly and loudly on their phone for everyone else to hear their conversation. So what Dom Jolly would do is he'd go into a shopping centre, shopping mall, and get to the top of the escalator full of people in a suit, looking fairly dapper, not sort of a parody of what dapper would be, and you'd hear and then he would take out a 3.5 foot long mobile phone and go, "Hello, I'm just in the shopping market."
I can hardly control my laughter.
Yeah,
Point
I
is-
didn't find it funny either. I didn't watch it.
That's
I
funny.
thought he
Come
was
on.
stupid.
That's funny.
I didn't. A lot of people liked the show. I didn't. Yeah, that.
Is this TV show? Is this in England?
Yes, in England, yes.
It became popular in the US, I think, as well. I never paid any attention to it myself.
Dun 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 boom. Trigger Happy TV. Anyway,
They
Amazing.
went to the moon. It's all a lie. It's craziness, right?
Yeah, it is. But actually, the moon landing is really interesting because you can see exactly where that conspiracy comes from. Because the idea of landing on the moon is so, certainly in the 60s was so like, oh my God, it's a big step. Kennedy makes this massive speech
nay, one giant leap.
at the beginning of the decade, just basically saying that by the, he's in a race with the Soviets. He's saying by the end of the decade, America will land on the moon. And suddenly you're getting to 1969, you're running out of time, and they just squeeze it in. So you can see, you think, fuck.
Ugh, God, this is boring. Summarising the official narrative of the second law of thermodynamics violating sky vacuum trip to the moon. How boring. Right, I think we're probably done with this now. We've only done about half, but my stomach's pretty much churned over enough. 144 people watching. Wow. Thank you very much to all of you. Smash the share button. Anybody got any last remarks before we round out the live show?
I thought it was a good video to review. I think we should do the other half of it tomorrow or something because.
Oh, we're in
Because,
politics. Yeah, we're in politics Discord server tomorrow. So there'll be heated discussion between us and probably a few fundies. Any last remarks on this discussion, though, from Dom Jolly and Fight the Flat Earth?
Just to say that they're so concerned about why the lie. So I'd like to wish them luck on their quest to find out. Hopefully they can let us know when they do.
Yeah, and did Craig ask Dom Jolly to put his hand out in front of him? Is that your hand?
No,
Yeah.
definitely not your hand.
No, it's not.
No. Right, as always, in the live stream chat, there is a link going by to Fight the Flat Earth's video interview with Dom Jolly. So please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a nice polite comment to help FTFE along in the YouTube algorithm. The idea being that if he were to respond, he would put a link to our video in his. So with that, I'm going to say if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Opening pundit or whatever.
Will you
Okay, I'm
guys?
deaf, sorry.
Will you guys be all right if I nip out and get some milk? Probably maybe 5-10 minutes.
We were talking until you told us to talk. Yeah, we're not. We didn't conspire. They conspired to form the globe.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, well, grand, yeah. Yeah, it was like, for instance, at one point they brought up Donald Trump and said that only just before he came in, that flat earthers were going around saying a couple of years ago that Donald Trump was a flat earther and he was going to come out and start claiming that the earth was flat when he got into office. Now, it turns out that the truth is, because Adam gave us the truth, is that no, Donald Trump actually came out and said, when he was asked about this topic, I think he said, yeah, it's flat, I fly everywhere all the time. And that off of that, possibly flat earthers reckon he was going to do something. I don't know, but they left out that important detail. There's a lot of important details they left out. Huey. Nah, he's gone now. No point.
The Jedi mind tricked you.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you come in and ask a question, Neil, and then disappear, like Huey does?
Yeah. Boy Zero space grifter. Brian, but that shows you the level they're at. They have nothing. Nothing. He's
They
come
never
on.
had these.
Yeah, he could have said he's spoken to Nathan Oakley. He's spoken to Carter Race. He could even say he's on Flatzoids regularly. But no, he chose to poison a well with some nonsense flat earthers.
Well, isn't it funny that Dom Jolly went all the way to St. John's, Canada to find some crazy cookie kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Exuberant? Well, that's the wrong word. Basically, some crazy flat earther guy. When
Yeah,
he could have
flat earth
just
Jesus.
gone to Leamington and found Nathan.
Yeah, no, he
Much
went to
shorter
find
trip.
flat earth Jesus.
Well, I don't know. The guy he found, Dom Jolly, you know, that wasn't Flat Earth Jesus. That's Craig. Dom Jolly found some other guy I don't know about in St. John's in Canada. The man Dom Jolly, the guy who was running the podcast. Like, he could have just travelled to Leamington and found Nathan, or gone up towards Liverpool or up to Liverpool or whatever and found Anthony. Or plenty of people to find in the UK. You know, he could have even found Bev, but no, he decided he was going to go all the way to St. John's in Canada to find some crazy guy no one ever heard of.
Yeah, well,
Why
if
would
he
you
would
do
have
that?
found Bev, he would have found out how he measured the Earth to be not flat.
But the point being is that he could have found anyone. Like, there's a lot of options right on the little island he's on. He didn't need to go to Canada. Why did he go all the way to Canada to find this guy? What was that about?
We know why. Because if he
Yeah.
finds people like Nathan Oakley, it's over.
Yeah, obviously. But he needed to go to Canada. He needed to find that guy. And he needed to do what he did. Because he has a serious issue. Because his conspiracy theory that the horizon is our curve and boats sail over it, and that the sky is a vacuum and all these other things, his conspiracy theories are being debunked. So he needed to do that.
Sad state of affairs they're in.
Yes. Needing to be dishonest. But all they ever had from day one, and I've said it over and over again, all these people have ever had is character assassination. When it all comes down to it, that's what they've got. No matter what you present to them, no matter how much or how good you deal with their claimed arguments, no matter how much you show them how they're wrong, they're always going to fall back on the media response to flat earthers is that we're crazy conspiracy theorists. So no matter what you say or do, they're going to, like, Craig has been made a fool. He's made a fool out of himself and had other people make a fool out of him so many times. Yet he's willing to go onto this podcast and act confident as if he was made of gold and not never tarnished him. It's like, you're one of the biggest numpties in the arena, and you're dishonest, provably. Do you know what I mean? Yes, you think you can just go onto a podcast and act all nonchalant as if you never had a problem. It was only just entertainment. Was it entertainment, Craig, when you had to lie, when you were debating me, when you had put up a fraudulent photograph and you were caught? Was that entertainment? You weren't laughing that day. Was it entertainment when Mitchell absolutely destroyed you? Was that entertainment? That's not entertainment, mate. That's just lies from Craig, who's a lawyer. Remember, it's only recently Craig claimed that E equals MC squared was the equivalence principle. Right? Anyone with anyone with Google could find out that that's completely false. And not that any of that is physics, but I'm just saying, within his own paradigm, he's after just blurting out something that's completely asinine.
I tell you what, their walls are crumbling down.
No way. They got their Dunning-Kruger deflector shields up and ready. No way.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, what you want?
You asked a question, and I spent about a minute answering it, and you just disappeared.
Oh, but was it a rhetorical question?
It might have been.
That's probably why.
The Dunning-Kruger reflector shields. Yeah, that nails what they have. Would you believe that Craig was talking about how it's about physics and science and all this, basically alluding to us being science deniers on that podcast?
On this video?
Yeah.
Nah, sleeping.
Yeah, well, and just if you listen to it, you'll hear it. But that's what you're dealing with.
Exciting. What did the wire fetish guy say?
Sorry.
What did the wire fetish guy say? I mean, since he's a comedian, right? That's who I'd want to interview. Tell me the nature of our reality.
Well, what was funny about him was he said that he had gone to St. John's and found this in Canada and found this flat earther who wanted to travel to the edge of the flat earth to see the ice walls or some nonsense like that. And he only brought him as far as the Bermuda Triangle or something. And your man accused him and the ship's captain of bringing him around in a circle. Now, that could have been true, for all I know. I don't know what happened. But he also said he spoke to someone on the street in the UK, a man, Dom Jolly, spoke to someone on the street in the UK who said the edge of the flat earth is a big ice wall, right? Recently.
Was he talking to Nathan?
He wasn't talking to Nathan, no. And your man, Dom Jolly, said, well, he just said offhand, flippantly to Craig, but like I said to him, I've been to Antarctica and just left it at that. So, did you see an ice wall or not? Do you know what I mean? It's like, we don't claim there's an ice wall. There's a claim out there that Antarctica is surrounded by a massive ice wall. It doesn't matter if Antarctica is claimed to be a big island at the bottom of a globe. There is a claim that there's these 200-foot walls of ice, and there is photos of this and video of these walls of ice. Now, I can't say it's surrounding all of it, but we're given the impression that it is. So saying that flat earthers claim that there's an ice wall is the term redundant? Is that maybe, or a bit stupid, considering that's the official claim concerning Antarctica, that there's ice walls? That is it. That's their claim. They claim it's this massive ice. They call it the up on the ice shelf. You'd have to go up something to get onto it. So is it us claiming that there's massive walls of ice, or is there actual videos and photographs of these massive walls of ice, and an official claim that there is an ice wall surrounding Antarctica? Because I don't know, it's a bit like me. I gave the analogy of, well, I met a guy who said it was dangerous to swim in Australia because there's lots of crocodiles. But I went to Australia, right? And did you see crocodiles? Do you know what I mean? Did you swim? You know what I mean? It's a nothing. So that's what you're dealing with. You went to Australia and You did or didn't? Did you see a crocodile? Did you go swimming? Is there any more information? This is offhand comments, as if you have some kind of proof of something because you went there. I was in Australia and I didn't see a crocodile. I might see one in the future, but I didn't see one while I was there. Maybe one saw me, I don't know. But I didn't see one. Does that mean there isn't crocodiles? No.
I'm so tired of
video. Sorry.
I'm tired of them. I really am. You got lumpy gas in a vacuum constantly in chat because he don't understand. And you got people in chat saying, we explained it to you over and over again. QE explained it to you. Nate's explained it to you. Still talking this nonsense that it's not measured. So what do I say? If I measure the angle, is that the Earth? They just don't want to get it. I don't have time for these people. You don't want to get it, go over to Bev. What are you doing here?
Thanks. Who's sharing the final experiment? Who's sharing this?
Me. I just found out Nathan's invited. Look, there he is.
There he
I
is.
want to go over this.
There he is. Look, Nathan Oakley. See, you are invited. You're off to Antarctica.
Yeah. Nathan's just found out that he's been invited to go to Antarctica and prove the 24-hour zone.
He
Wonder
wasn't
what the
only
comments are
invited.
saying.
He's not only invited, he's on there.
Is that a sofa in Antarctica?
There are no sofas in Antarctica.
That looks like a younger, spry Nathan Oakley. Did you go back here? Are you Doc Brown?
I'll be with Witsit, Dave Weiss, Eric DeBay, Wolfie, Dave McKeegan, Creaky Blinders. Oh, Red's Rhetoric. It was going to be a love boat. Dave Murphy. Good lad.
A love boat.
A love boat.
Would you want to be hanging around with Dave McKeegan and Creaky Blinder in
I'd have
Antarctica?
that walker over the side first night, mate.
Yeah, I'd say something straight over the side.
Clean house or clean deck.
Yeah, but you would throw him a rubber ducky life preserver, wouldn't you?
And a sexton.
Look at Cutie
And a
coming up with it.
sexton.
Oh, dear. Bob decided.
Oh, no. What? Listen, why don't you just go through it?
Because it's not worth listening to the bit. I'm doing it. I'm seeing who's coming to do.
I have a question. Say there is a 24-hour sun. What does that mean?
Eddie Bravo. He'll have
Hey,
it time.
Professor Stick was on there. I used to dog him out years ago.
What did I miss?
Just showing.
Obviously, your invitation.
Your sister's bar mitzvah?
Astra Kobe. Santos Bonacci.
We need to play. Who's this from?
If Sean Hawkins is on there, I give up.
Who's this? Who did the video?
I don't know, but we should play it.
If you'd shut up, Brian would figure it out. Adam, who did this?
The final experiment. I'll go to the channel in a minute. It's all about this. This is their only purpose. It's all they've got like 5 or 6 videos. Oh, Chuck! Chuck! You're going to eat Chuck, Nathan! Nice. Oh, no.
I don't know what you've been looking at. So what's the skinny?
This
It's the final experiment video that you not only were invited, you're actually on there. You're Doc Brown.
I'll start again. I'm not playing it.
Why not?
Oh, because what is it going to be? Pack.
The final experiment. All right.
Flat Earth is like a pond. A pond is where water accumulates.
No, I'm just not going. No, I'll go through that. No. Come on.
I'll play it.
I'm going on holiday in a minute. I don't need winding up. Dave Weiss. He's in cabin number 1. Next door to him, Simon Dan. Eric Dubay. I'm thinking in a fight, we're going to have it, definitely. We've got Eric
Cream of
Debay. He's, yeah, and we've got Eddie Bravo later. Nathan, how tasty are you?
How tasty am I?
In a fight. This is what I'm thinking we could have these guys.
Oh,
I got
no
money
doubt.
on Eddie.
We got Eddie Bravo, mate, and Eric Dubay. He's jiu-jitsu, isn't he? Dubay and Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, Dubay's too frail. Eddie Bravo will throw him around.
He's on our side. They're on the same side. Look, against Cream of Wheat, who will have him?
Cream of wheat.
Who's next?
Still on there.
He's coming. He's coming. That's why we got a bit upset. He's next door to Nathan, I think. And Jaron, he's a big lad. He's a big unit, is Jaron. He's huge. Against Triangles. So it's Jaron v. Triangles McKeegan. Mark Sargent.
Uh-oh.
Against McToon, I'm going Mark Sargent all day long.
Yeah, McBooger Eater. All right.
Then we got
ODD.
I've seen him for time. These are Swiss masters. He'll snap him. The fighting past the Dean Odell.
Right.
Against Craig. I'm going to give that Craig because he'll bring a stick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's bring it stick.
There we go. Your main event, ladies and gentlemen. Who does Nathan get paired with? Then it's Wolfie.
I don't think Wolfie would be very happy about that.
Just fight dirty, Nathan.
Yeah,
I don't need to fight dirty.
Wolfie's ex-military, so you need to get dirty.
What are we talking about? We're not. It's just dawned on me. You're not talking about debates. What are you talking about?
Over the side of the boat.
This is the final experiment. This is the final experiment that guy was talking about.
This is all the people that have been invited to participate. What, 48 of them?
What is I have yet to hear what this supposed experiment is. That's the part I want to hear.
Well,
Prove the 24-hour sun.
Number one, Brian, we know it's not going to be an experiment, don't we? So let's not.
Yeah, but that's why I want to hear it, because that ends it all. Yeah, well, it's not an experiment, so well. Have they given that?
After all of these years, they still don't know what an experiment is?
No.
Shame on them.
Is Witsit Red's Pretenderic?
Yeah. Get that for a matchup.
I think Red's Rhetoric is pretty big.
Dave's getting on now. He's older than me, so you know.
Yeah, but he's a Londoner, so he's from working class London. He'll be all right.
Who's he got though? Who's he got in the draw? Globey McGlobe face.
This guy looks really hard, so I don't know.
Well, I got my money on Whitson. If there's a problem, he's a sky grifter. He could just fly away.
Flat Earth millionaire. This is Globe Man.
Oh man.
Yeah. Matt Long. Nice Flat Earth jacket. Versus Bob the Science Guy. Flatzoid.
Uh-oh.
Keith. Who's Keith got? Oh yes. Another win. Taboo. Come on, Ben. And he's drawn he's drawn a cartoon. That's an easy win, isn't it? That.
Yeah, he's a stick.
Just doesn't matter who's coming up next, does it?
He just needs to draw an X through him. Go on, sorry.
Eddie's won. Who's he got? Oh, you're going to get a kick in, son. Oh,
I don't know. Flatzoid's in the bushes, man. He's in good shape to live out there.
Who's that, PJ?
He's on our side. This is Santos.
PJ with a tan.
Okay. Inspiring philosophy. Pull his beard. Caleb. I've heard him. He's quite cool. Against Chuck.
Nice.
I can't believe they've invited Chuck Nice.
That's Dale, isn't it?
There's Dale.
Who got that?
So who's going to get the old bill? Mike Winger.
Dale is absolutely annihilated him. Dale is a big tough in Scotland.
Kingdom in context.
Who's that?
No, Scott Manley. These some names. Hanging
Who's that?
on his words. I've heard of them.
I don't know if I'm still missing something, right? All they're doing is showing flat Earth and globe Earth as side by side, right?
Yeah. But
why?
But these are all the people that have been invited to the great experiment.
The final experiment.
I know it sounds a bit Holocausty though, doesn't it? When Hibblers, Blitz, PhD, Dr. Blitz.
Dr. Blitz. Yeah, we know him.
There's Robbie Davidson, mate.
He needs a jumbo sandwich with extra cheese and mayo.
Yeah, Robbie Davidson will lose.
Oh, favorite.
Who is she?
She's looking hot today.
E Marble. He'd wax her.
That's a blast from the past.
No, it's who comes after the
No, it's
flat
Danny versus Danny. It's D Marble versus
D
Danny
Marble versus
Faulkner.
Faulkner.
That's a rook I'd like to see.
Yeah, I think D Marble is ex-military as well. He's like an ex-marine or something. He'll totally annihilate Faulkner.
A little birdie told me. A little birdie told me about D Rose, right? This may or may not be true. I have no idea.
D Rose.
Not D Rose.
D Rose.
D Marble. Sorry. Right. A little birdie told me about D Marble. That apparently he had an alternative past, like as a basically different person. So, although it may not be true, apparently D Marble used to be Bill Hicks.
You can tell by the ears.
And the jawline. It's obvious.
Right. It was Robbie Davidson versus Plainer Walkland. D Marble versus Danny Faulkner.
That's going to be a train wreck.
I'm telling you, look, we're smashing. This is the other MMA fighter, Nathan. Bryce Mitchell.
So who is Danny? Who is Robbie Davidson up against?
Plainer Walk.
Plainer Walk.
I can pray the glurf away.
First transgender match.
Robbie Davidson's too light, yes.
So Bryce Mitchell versus Cusland KD.
He looks buff enough now. That one may not be totally easy.
MMA champion. Their face up. Globebuster. Bob's dad.
Did you say Bob from Globebusters?
There's
the ghost of Bob.
Yeah, well, look. Well, they invited Jaron. Must be coming.
So part of their lineup is a seance.
It could be. And where's Wally?
I think Bob's got him.
Yeah, I reckon Bob goes to take where's Wally. Bob was a big enough unit too. So yeah.
Absolutely smashed. That's it.
So what is this thing, Adam? We still don't know what this thing is. You're saying lots of guys.
Who cares? We're not invited, Brian.
Nathan is.
Only
I don't want to be.
Right. What is it then? The final experiment of history. Yeah? Should we start there?
How many category errors in one sentence?
Yeah.
Hello, Domino's Pizza. In his hands. In his hands. Oh, what happened?
Oh, there's a problem in Shangri-La. Why is there a second one?
You pause it. Just in case this asshole wants to try and copyright strike me.
Well, exactly on it. Interesting. I don't disagree with any of those questions. Why are we now at the Bedford level?
We don't see an unorthographic view. What's this? Is this Bedford level claims?
I don't know. I thought we were talking about the cosmos and how big it was. Not, can I see a boat in Norfolk?
See a boat in Norfolk? See the side of your own head.
Right, that'll do.
What are we trying to find out here?
Ian. Any fingers down into
Pause it again. So, somebody somewhere really wants this to be promoted, as in there was at least what, £5 spent in super chats. In other words, someone's prepared to actually expend money on us knowing about this, right?
Yep.
Why?
It's more expensive than just putting a stamp on an invite and sending it here.
Yeah, I guess. I'm slightly bewildered, I've got to be honest.
Play.
Or so are we.
Well, they'll get a lot of subscribers, won't they? And they make a big subscriber base for themselves because if all these channels promote this.
Is it a glob? Perfect stop.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour.
Is it? Pause again. This strikes me again as what was the term Eli called them? The role play title.
LARPers.
This seems like a LARPer trying on flat Earth with these questions that are very much Feast of Nonsense in orientation. So they're just trying to slip into the old rhetoric as a LARPer. Maybe it's just because it's on my mind because it's such a great word, but does this strike you as LARPerism? Like my new word.
No, desperation. Strikes me as desperation. They are trying to make a scenario where a group of people get together and prove the globe in some ad hoc way that doesn't prove anything. I haven't yet to see this thing, like, where is the thing that's supposed to prove or disprove something? How come that's not forefront in your face? I've yet to see that. Was it at the start of the other video? Where was it? You know what I mean? Like, it's purely, we're desperate. Here is an ad hoc thing that we're calling an experiment that isn't an experiment, and we're going to go about doing and get a lot of people together. And what they want is for you and all these other people who are flat earthers to not go, so then they can say that we tried to put together a claimed experiment and all the flat earthers wouldn't do it. That's all it is. It's character assassination and pain relief. I am not going, even if, not me, sorry, you're not going to Antarctica because it's another really cold, boring place that does nothing to do that. Why would you go? You wouldn't. But they're going to say you're scared because it'll prove a globe or disprove a flat earth. And that's all they want. I'm after getting about 30 of these type of things put towards me in the past few years. You know, come with me and do this thing. We go there and do that thing. Like, it's all rubbish. Like, it's all total rubbish. And it's always based around some demonstration that doesn't prove anything, but it's good enough for them. You know what I mean? A big heap of nonsense demonstration. Or most of them it's vague. They don't even have anything to go on. But they want you to say no So they can then say that you were too scared to come along and prove it flat out, or prove that it might get debunked, or that you're a con man. That's all they want. It's purely a character assassination attempt. So we could do the same. We could do exactly the same with selection, navigation, aerospace, and surveying. Exactly the same. See how many of them turn up. I wonder.
I'm gonna have to hurry up because I'm about to leave for airport. So I'll finish this vid and then I'll post a link for the channel. Really?
Pause. Just turn the music off. There's nothing. They're not adding anything with music. It's also horrible. So, what did we miss? Debate over. What happened? What did we miss? Did we miss a frame?
Yeah, they went into a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's over.
Go back to that frame. Is that it? Is that it? Seriously? What was it that Dom Jolly was saying about hippies and stuff? Crazy hippies, right?
Yeah,
I take it that's it, right?
that's that one. Is it? I've put the channel link, but I'm gonna have to stop sharing because I'm gonna have to. Let's say head to the car.
Have a safe trip, Adam.
Cheers, guys. I'll switch to my phone and that. But, can't share vid and shut the shed down. Yeah. So there's the final experiment, past experiments, the one we saw with the participants, and there's the final experiment, the location, and then the experiment is the final one. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I thought that was your appraisal.
Apt. That was apt. It couldn't be more perfect. I want to see the experiment they're claiming. I want to see what this thing is. They're making some big deal out of this thing. That means it's a nothing. Because if I have something to come forward with, I just come forward with that. I don't need to invite people to go anywhere.
Why didn't I get an invite? What? It's just nonsense.
What do you mean? You were there.
I was there. What do you mean I was there?
Yeah.
On the screen.
On the video.
On the screen? I was invited to be on the screen, was I?
Yeah,
Where's my
by
commission?
YouTube. It was a YouTube invite. Along with Mark Sargent and all the other folks they scrolled through. Could have just sent you a message on YouTube, couldn't they? Instead of expecting you to have watched the video that nobody knew about.
It sounds about right.
Please send Nathan the video of the actual thing they're claiming to be an experiment. That is what I need to see.
That's the third one, so I'll get the link and then I'll drop and swap. There you go, it's in Master Bay.
Title of the show: Trigger Happy Dom Jolly and FTFE share their pain. There's a lot of protracted silences currently.
Yeah, I was expecting you to play this video that Adam is sending you.
What you sent me, Adam?
I've put you the final experiment, the last video that they've done, which I think describes the experiment. It's in masturbate.
But if I play it, you can't see it. Do you want to play it, Adam?
No, I can't. I've got to go to the. I'm on my phone now. I've got to get in the car. So.
Okay.
Oh.
The final experiment will be conducted in the land of Antarctica. Final experiment will finally settle the shape of the Earth debate. What? No, there's a positive claim that it's got a shape. An aspect that is utilised and measured for navigation is flat. That's not a shape. Experiment? What do you mean? Shape? Experiment? What? Category error. This isn't going to be an experiment. A shape is not a natural phenomena.
They're going to prove a 24-hour sun, therefore Earth's a globe.
Yeah. Is Earth a globe? No. The inference comes from measurements of a flat plane.
Their starting premise is that Antarctica is a land. How do they know what it is? Have they all been there? I mean, you have to get permissions and stuff to go there. But I don't know what it is. How does it prove a globe? Stay on.
Well, once they see the 24-hour sun, then they're proven Earth is a globe.
How? Take us from one to the other.
Yes, can be. Oh, I know. That's what they're going to say.
Why all this faff? Why not just show it? I don't get it.
Wasn't that one of their main assertions back in the day? 24-hour sun?
Yeah, and then Robert Shultman came along. That's why this is directed at me, isn't it?
Because of your interview, Nathan.
Yes, that's why it's directed at me.
Well, I don't see how a 24-hour sun proves anything. But, I mean, obviously, not having one would be a problem for the globe. But it doesn't prove or disprove flat Earth. No. What else is there? Is there more, Nathan, than that? Have you any more details what it is?
No, it's just a long, annotated, boring video with your standard feast of nonsense questions being asked. It says, Antarctica holds the key to answering this age-old question.
What is this thing, though? What's the details of this claimed non-experiment? What is it?
It says, but more importantly, both flat earthers and globe earthers agree that Antarctica will show the world the truth. Do we?
Do we?
Sorry.
No, I didn't agree to that.
I didn't agree to that one bit. So already into glur flies. When did I agree to it? Give me a quote. There won't be one.
Pretty pathetic, if you ask me.
Flat Earth. And nobody is allowed to independently explore Antarctica. That's something that would prove the Earth is a globe.
Hang on.
Even Dave saying, prove it's a globe. Well, no. If you've got a claim of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica based on a reification of an antipodal celestial sphere model measured off a flat plane, that won't prove that the flat plane you measured to reify into existence a stretched latitude system about a sphere is a curved surface, because the measurements decry that. Says Antarctica will reveal the truth of the shape of our planet. Well, that's revealed your bias. Flat's not a shape. If the Earth is a sphere, then Antarctica is an island at the bottom of it. Well, there's a baseless assertion for you. No, Earth's not a sphere, to answer your baseless assertion. Because the measurements that are taken to infer it's a sphere are flat. So they're saying if Earth's a sphere, the sun would never set in Antarctica. If the sun in Antarctica each day during the southern summer, Earth cannot be a globe. If the sun sets in Antarctica each day during the southern summer, Earth cannot be a globe. No, nobody's made that as a logical inference. I certainly haven't made that assertion. So that would be a straw man fallacy, because we haven't said that. What we do say is Earth's measured flat with latitude. Now, if you can give me some practical application after demonstration for this claim to be 24-hour sun in Antarctica with regards to measurements that would infer shape, then I'll listen. Meanwhile, navigation, very well established, has a system of concentric circles that are with respect to the ground and measured off a flat plane. That's a fact. I don't need anything else. This garbage with a straw man attached for a false dichotomy that we haven't claimed doesn't prove anything. There are two key differences between the globe model, want to show us that model, and the flat Earth model. Who's claiming that? Not us. Concerning Antarctica, no, I very much decry people from detailing stuff that they can't prove when it comes to areas of land that they haven't explored. This isn't for us. Right, as much as I could play the rest of this 17-minute annotated garbage, they're not. It's a straw man to even infer that it's to do with us. It's not. You know, none of these positions are positions we take or need to defend. So personally, I'm done with this now. It's not aimed at us. It wants to be aimed at us. It might have my face on one of the images, but it's not us. It's not our problem.
Well, no, it's their problem. See, they are the ones with the problem. They need the sun to not set during the southern summer in Antarctica because that helps them to have confirmation bias. Because that doesn't prove or disprove anything about the aspect or shape of the geometric Earth. You know what I mean? If it doesn't do what they need it to do, they're in serious bother. We're okay either way. It doesn't make any difference to us. It makes no difference to me. I don't know what the sun is. If there's more than one, I have no idea what's going on there. I don't know.
Hey, don't even speculate if there's more than one. I don't know or care. The testimony I've had from someone who's been there is that there isn't a 24-hour sun to observe. Okay? Now, if you show me that there is a 24-hour sun to observe, okay? And? Does it alter the measurements of Earth? No. Does it alter the navigation of Earth? No. Does it alter the mapping of Earth? No. Who cares? Didn't mean to put the kibosh on the general conversation, but obviously I have. Quite a few people in Discord. So what did we make of Dom Jolly's appearance? Second time in as many months.
I'd say he's looking for confirmation bias. He's looking for anything to prove that Earth is not flat. It's weighing on him.
Yeah, it's interesting how they look for evidence that it's not flat to metaphorically fight the flat Earth, as the channel namesake suggests, right? But yet when they come to fight the flat Earth, they fight with what they say flat earthers say about how their model they claim in the positive fails, and how they're wrong about how that is. The glurfs say how the flat earthers are wrong about how they say the globe doesn't work. The convoluted road to pain relief.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. Pain relief. Something I need right now.
You're looking forward to going to politics tomorrow?
Yes.
I want to know why I'm not allowed to speculate. I mean, why can't I speculate?
Because we're already considered as
mean-
idiots, as the default position. And if you speculate, that will be the only thing that they critique.
But sure, what do I care what they do? I can show the measurements of Earth. I don't care what they do.
Yeah, Nathan shot down
stating theory.
speculation day.
If it was the live show, I'd
I
stop
don't
you.
know.
Yeah, if it was the
Clearly
live show,
stating
I'd
I
stop
don't
you.
know. I mean, it's the problem.
I want to keep it hyper-focused on the live show. Now, I don't give a toss. You can do what you like.
Yeah, Brian, I requested a speculation day, and Nathan shot it down. Not that I want one.
Yeah, but see, the problem is, Nathan, is that they're saying I'm not allowed to speculate, and you're saying it to me on their behalf.
They haven't said you can't speculate. They would encourage you to speculate.
Yeah, but they're the ones who are trying to use anyone's speculation against them, right? And you are saying to me, don't speculate. Why not? It's only speculation. It's not. I'm saying I don't know along with it. So what's the difference?
I'm not saying
I
don't
have zero
speculate.
fear. I have
I'm
zero
saying
fear of that they're going to do.
you're misinterpreting that which I would hope for on the live show, which is that it's kept hyper-specific. Outside of the live show, in the pre-show, when people are warming up to talk about the hyper-specific subject that we cover, I'll allow almost anything to warm up the panel. After the fact, ideally, we just, enter into discussion with a fundie, discuss what's been discussed on the live show. But if you want to go off in speculation about having two sons, I don't care. Do what you like.
Yeah, but then you wind up like David Weiss, telling everybody what we're living on and how it works.
No, I think speculation, if openly declared, rather than in answer to a problem that a glurf in pain has, and therefore projects onto you as a question that you need to suddenly answer, and because you feel obliged, you do. That's very different to Brian openly saying, this is my speculation. I'm not in any way suggesting this is a proof of anything either way. It's just, for example, there could be X. That with disclaimers, which Brian would instinctually put in there anyway, is very different to David Weiss saying, there could be an ice wall. Here's my map showing it.
Yeah, I mean, I laid out with, I don't know what the sky is. I don't know what's going on up there. I don't know what the sun is. I mean, I don't care. Once I'm not actually claiming something, because I can't claim it because I don't know. I don't care if my speculation is right, wrong, whatever. Well, wrong, I don't care if it's wrong. It'd be good if it was right. But, I mean, speculation, you can't even say afterwards, I claimed, it was my claim. No, that's a speculation. You happen to get something right by accident. You know what I mean? If you don't know, you can only speculate. So if you get something right, it's an accident, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not based on knowledge.
Yeah, you'd say your speculation paid off. In any event, that's only for the live show. I just want the focus to be for what the majority of people watch. They watch the live show because we're already warmed up and we're on topic, and with a housekeeping question, singular, we can normally get into the role of talking about what's what when it comes to flat Earth. And that's really what I want to remain the focus for the live show. Arwen had to deal with it. Now how fond of him you all are currently.
What do you mean he had to deal with it?
He's shutting down his speculation, getting told off in the live show.
No, that was because when he came in, what he said at the time. He was able to speculate many times before, and nobody stopped him.
Okay, that's not how I remember it, but fine.
Well, yeah, you stopped them, but not. Let's just say it didn't take place like it did that day. That started everything off.
I don't know what day you're talking about, but fine. But when it
The
comes
day
to
when you addressed it,
when it
and
comes
you
to
got mad and left.
the speculation that I'm talking about, generally speaking, it's usually speculation that's not actually original. It's not some stream of consciousness from somebody with a high degree of intellect like Brian, where their example includes the speculation for the sake of example. And it has potentially a few qualifying statements around it, weasel words as I like to call them. Yeah? I'm talking about regurgitation of the Feast of Nonsense speculation, where they don't know that it's quite unique in its formatting to be beneficial to our opponents to hear you say these regurgitated Feast of Nonsense speculations. Those are the things that I try and specifically not only steer clear of in the live show, but openly mock and debate and decry. On the flip side, in terms of my personal opinion towards it, when I say, yeah, I have to take two tacts when it comes to speculation about things like the sky. On the one hand, it's the most fascinating aspect of the entire subject, because we don't know. Therefore, to go, well, I don't know, maybe I'll be the one to find out, that's pretty exciting, and requires speculation. On the other hand, it's, as I said initially, going to be used against you, and the only thing that will be the focus. So, in a live show, I just don't want an entire hour of really good flat earth proving content to be addressed by the person we've done a video response to with, this guy thinks there's two suns! Because that's what'll happen.
Oh, I understand that. I mean, I wouldn't say that. But even if I did say it on the live show, and I won't, because I don't, but my point is that if I lead out with I have no idea, then my speculation means nothing. Listen, these people can't figure out what an elevation angle is. They can't figure out that it's a right angle triangle. They can't figure that much out. I was told last week by a guy who's a regular commentator, he's around with a good few years, a regular commentator on my channel, that planes flying horizontally are also flying around a curve. He used the word horizontal, not level, horizontal.
Yeah,
I don't care what they say to me. It's like, I don't have there's nothing to worry about. You know, I'm not making a claim. You know what I mean? I have nothing to worry about. Like, them trying to make up some nonsense about me saying there's two suns, I don't care. Can they prove there isn't?
Yeah, but that's just what Eli's like.
I
mean,
even put it back on them.
Anyway, he's here now, so...
Yeah, we say we keep it. We be quiet. Now he's at the coming now.
Hey guys,
Hey Eli, how's it going?
good. Just trying to figure out why people are like touching my gold in Antarctica since
touching
like,
you what?
It's not theirs. Touching my gold in Antarctica since it's not theirs.
A gold?
It's a family show. Touching your mold.
It's jewels.
The gold in Antarctica that they found. I don't know why that's everybody. I don't know why they over there like turning over couch cushions and stuff.
I understood exactly what you said, Eli.
Nazi gold.
Well, let's speculate a bit. Let's just say there's a ridiculous amount of gold in Antarctica. That would make gold kind of worthless, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't make it worthless. It would be worth less.
No. What would happen is the beers would come.
Hang on.
He would buy everything off of them to keep it controlled.
No, they could just tell us that it's not a place you need to go to to see all the gold. I mean, that'd be a good enough reason, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You wanted to come up with a reason that'd work.
Right, but I worked in this place, and the guy told me all about it. He said they have enough gold. Well, that was diamonds. Yeah, I take it back. That was diamonds.
Yeah, but I was about to correct you there. There's a ridiculous amount of diamonds out there. Supposedly. But
Yeah, De Beers said what they do is when they find them, they come and they negotiate with the tribes, give them whatever they want, and they take possession of that diamond mine or whatever it is, and they control it. He told me it's worth nothing, really.
Yeah, but excuse me, what are they doing over there? Like, you know, digging up stuff, finding diamonds when they're supposed to be preserving my wildlife over there. What they doing?
What, the penguins and that?
Mm-hmm.
I know, man. Write to your local councillor.
Are you saying it's a contradiction, Eli?
Antarctica has a local council, doesn't it?
Local councillor?
Yeah.
What?
I'm sure they've got a city hall or
marriage council.
City hall in Antarctica. I'm sure they've got one of those. Must have.
Marriage counselor, or your drunk driving counselor, or your crack counselor.
All right, this is your brain on Antarctica ice walls. This is your brain on elevation angles. Cracks egg, makes crackling noises. That's my version of a soundboard.
Get out of this nonsense. You around Saturday?
Am I around? I guess so.
I was thinking about doing a ball busters, but because the next 2 Saturdays after that are going to be, I won't be able to do any.
I can't make any promises.
Can't make any Yeah, this is a short. You know what? Don't worry about it. I might do something a little special.
Oh, well, if it's something special.
I might run a interview. I was interviewed a while back, years ago, by Ty and Witzett's wife and what's his name from 24/7.
Tony.
You
Terrence.
talked to him the other day. Second.
Ian. Joseph.
Who?
Fred.
No. I might do that.
Was it Tarquin?
Yes, it was Tarquin.
What'd you say you were interviewed by?
No, I don't know him.
Ty and I just can't recall his name. They were over at 24/7. They were running this show. I can't remember.
Over on 24/7.
Say again?
Over on 24/7.
It wasn't on 24/7. They were a part of 24/7, and they said, "Hey, they were running the show, and they said we'd like to interview you." And I said, "Okay."
But what about if Nathan is around?
I would like to hear that.
Well, I was going to ask if Nathan was around or you around, but then I was thinking out loud, and I said, "How the heck with that? It's too short a notice. I'll do something else, something special."
If you do a ball busters and I am around, I will attend.
I didn't hear you. You're getting rumpus.
I said if you do host a ball busters on Saturday and I am around, I will attend.
Well, we're not going to do that. I want you to be there for sure. Adam's not going to be around. I didn't ask Brian. Like I said, it's Thursday, so I'll cut you guys some slack and I'll just go off and do my own thing.
Okay.
Or you could wait and see what happens, and then do your own thing if it doesn't happen.
No.
Do you want to run a show on Saturday, Nathan?
No, not in the slightest.
As he's after dropping us all.
Not that way.
No, I'm all good. I'm good. I'm happy with what I do. Ball busters is good every couple of weeks. If there happens to be an extra long gap because of you not being able to do it, so be it. It's nice to do it when we actually want to do it. Whereas if we do it 2 weeks in a row, especially when we did an extra one on Tuesday, It's just a bit too much.
Yep.
Plus, I've been working on a side project late into each evening, so I'm quite tired.
Okay. Oh, his name was Crypto. You know who Crypto is.
Oh,
Crypto, yeah.
Crypto from the guys on the 24/7, right?
Yeah. Crypto
No,
and
no
Kai
idea who he is. No, I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You talked to him the other day. Crypto and Kai podcast from 2021.
Julio. So we're going to hear an interview.
Perhaps.
On Debbie Dozy. Can't wait.
A Dozy Duffer.
I do want to
I've
focus.
caught on to it. I know what's going on now.
I know.
What show?
I know.
What show?
What you're up to.
There's nothing going on.
With ball busters just to sweeten the deal, and then instantly, the first chance he got, he ended that and went with an interview. But the real reason he wants to have a show is so he can play his song at the start and the end of it. That's what's going on here.
No, you're right. You should have told me that first. I'd have come on just for that. What a guy.
You know what? To be honest with you, I forgot all about that darn
Help
song.
so ladies across the road.
That song should be #1 on the charts.
So, guys, speaking of songs, that was a great song, QE. Adam, great job. Great job. I loved it.
I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
No, I'm just saying.
According
Great job,
to
Adam.
certain people, Adam did the song and everything. So
And
a
you
lot of
said-
people don't know what happened. So why don't
Great.
you tell us?
Can you stop rumpusing D Marble?
Oh, I'm
Hey.
sorry, Rose.
Hey, but it's a great song. I loved it. So you saying that's artificial intelligence singing that song? No female human being did that?
I haven't. He said it was AI.
That was great. I mean, I was impressed. I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't even know AI can do that.
Yeah,
That's
if you
dope.
like,
I'm really-
I can arrange a little bit more of a personal introduction for you, if you like. D? No worries.
No,
I'll say that.
I'm not interested.
You say that, you sound interested. I'll speak after.
Initially, because I thought it was a female that actually sung it. I was like, wow, that's great. Do some collaborations with whoever produced and wrote it. But Adam did it all on one station, so that's pretty impressive as well.
No, Adam didn't do it.
Jesus, what are you saying? Okay.
Now we're all here. I think we should start the actual event for proper. Well, I'll go first. My name's Nathan Oakley, and I've been a flat earther for 10 years. My gateway drug was Mandela effect. Thank you. You go next, Neil.
My name is Neil Cosentino. My introduction to Flat Earth was the Feast of Nonsense by my brother. Now I'm still in recovery.
How long have you been clean, Neil?
I have to be honest, I haven't. I still dab in the Feast of Nonsense.
Oh. Well, you won't be getting a badge at the end of today's session. Thank you for sharing, though, Neil. Quantum Eraser, have you been clean?
My name's Quantum Eraser. I'm Quantum Eraser, and I wore my shoes out walking to your sister's house. That's how I got here.
Oh, wait a second. Before you go to the next one.
Well, thank
my
you.
son's been asking me, why is the name Quantum Eraser?
We should all just thank him for sharing, Neil. He's obviously in a great deal of pain. Over the time and sessions, we will find that Quantum Eraser will soothe and warm to us all. Thank you for sharing, Quantum Eraser. I've now got a small documentary about what your brains look like on Flat Earth. Get the video out. This is your brain on celestial navigation. That was an egg frying.
Okay.
If you
Who
want
goes
to know what
next?
that's all about, listen to the video from today.
You obviously weren't much on the live stream. Dom Jolly compared in the most literal of terms, like actually said it, like that flat Earth was a gateway drug.
Really? For what?
I don't know. Other conspiracies that are stupid, that are jokes from Reddit, maybe?
Can I go, please? Am I allowed to speak? I'm sitting here in the circle and I haven't been able a chance to say my part.
Oh, sorry, D-Rose. Share your pain.
I'm the original. I'm the original D Rose, and I came upon flat Earth through the Feast of Nonsense as well, which I do not regret because through conspiracy theories and things like that, I came upon flat Earth, and even though I've let it go, the Feast of Nonsense, and I've attached myself to the more factual physics and scientific part of it, thanks to Brother Nathan Oakley over here. I'm still on the journey of knowledge and wisdom, and I stand on my ground, knowing that the Earth is flat, and I'm confident to say that.
Thanks, D Marble. What's the sign?
D-Rose.
D Marble, stupid.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's Bill Hicks.
that's
I'm
what
telling you.
I used to realize. I used to realize that I wasn't in the conspiracy camp. They would show videos of
Thanks, Chocolate.
Yeah,
Over
thank
to
you,
Brian.
Chocolate. Can you introduce yourself by name and tell us how long you've been off the flat Earth crack?
Eli, don't let him do it to you, Eli.
Oh, guys, listen. Like, so when there used to be like harp videos and all these other stuff, like I was still on some. I can't verify that that's the case. I don't know what this video is.
On crack?
Harp videos. Oh, this is your brain on directed energy weapons.
That's what No, people would talk about it, and I'd be like, well, I know that this politician said this, and I know that they said something else the other day. I can validate that. I have it on both instances on camera. I know that they said this, but this article reads as this. I can do that, but I can't validate that there's just some I can't validate that there are energy beams being directed for certain purposes. I don't know that. Like,
Absolutely.
I can't validate that point.
I totally understand. I tried to validate this and found that in the other articles it said that, and that definitely wasn't this. So, obviously there was a contradiction. Thank you for being so specific.
Yeah, that is very specific. If you tell me my dog is black and then your dog is white, you're a liar. Like, that's different from saying
Perfect analogy.
That's different from showing me a killer dog that I've never seen ever, like that has robo capabilities. That's
Cujo?
very different things.
There's this guy called Carl Pillpopper. He alleges that all dogs are black.
Carl Pillpopper.
You mean if you shave their fur?
Oh, Pillpopper, man. He started off as a flat earther.
Hold on. On a serious note, my son wants to know why your name is Quantum Eraser.
Sounds cool.
Watch his shows.
He erases quantums.
No.
Random name generator. Just plugged it in and went, yeah, that sounds good.
Because he said if he knows so much about quantum mechanics, then why is his name Quantum Eraser? You flat earthers, all you saw was a big contradiction. My son is in serious pain. It really is.
Random name generator. Duple Slurple Gert. Nah, I don't like that. Vsauce. Nah, I don't like that. Quantum Eraser. Yeah, that's got a ring to it.
Ducal Slurple that's an oldie, man. You still remember that?
I thought that was what do you call it?
What? How Vsauce got their name?
No, QE used to say not that's patent. What is it? That's
An
what?
experiment. It's a specific experiment.
No, when you use a term that he is used.
Wouldn't
You used to say, hey, that's
What's the dependent and independent
Oh,
variable?
God. He's asked, why is he called Quantum Eraser? I mean, you couldn't get better proof of God. And what do you want?
Copyright.
It's an experiment.
Neil, why are you asking us questions from your son when your son is fully aware of why QE is called quantum erasure?
Obviously he isn't, or we wouldn't be asking.
Obviously,
why isn't Neil telling his son what's that have to do with Flutter, stick to Flutter? Because experiments don't have anything to do with the orientation.
Neil does say that time and time again. If you listen to my
have you taken him
hold on. Let me just answer him.
So have you taken him to a beach now?
Let me just answer him. Right, if your son understood the premise and outcome of the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, you would understand how profound it is in terms of your worldview, and therefore to adopt it as a namesake lends the profound reaction to your understanding of that experiment to yourself. It's a way of cementing in the mind's eye of the person who hears the name quantum eraser the resonation of that name because of the implications of the experiment. There you go. I hope that's a good explanation, and QE would just say, "Yep," something like that. We'll see. If he just says no, it was a random name generator.
Yeah, we're good. Now play the song.
Takes old ladies across the street. His name is Quantum Eraser. What a guy.
Well, Neil, why haven't you taken your, have you taken your
My
son?
son's 21 and he's in pain. Eli, did you hear the thing I said?
Jesus Christ,
He's in
Neil.
serious pain.
I was
Don't
literally
blaspheme.
talking to you when you decided to talk to me. Did you realize?
What was the last thing I said?
Don't take
Did
the
you
Lord's name
realize
in
I
vain.
was trying to talk to you when you started talking to me?
No, when I said the whole thing, and I said the last thing I said about my
I know,
son,
but did that happen 10 minutes ago, or did it happen like right before I began
Okay,
talking
Eli,
to you?
go ahead. Tell me why. Ask me why I have not taken my 21-year-old son somewhere. Go ahead.
Scrambled brains, flat earther, flurf.
I'm asking you, have you guys been to the beach and then you've gone through the whole rigmarole? Has that happened?
Yes. In
Okay,
various different beaches.
can you explain what happened?
He goes immediately. What he does is he goes immediately to the stars and the southern star rotation
at the beach during midday.
In the sky. So when he does that, I shut
I
it
don't believe
down.
him. He ain't take him to the beach. He lied.
I did. It took him to the beach when we went on vacation.
Okay, so did you have a pair of binoculars though, bro? Like, what did you like? This is the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, like. We could talk.
I would suggest Neil Rumpus is the
Jesus
point. He started the sentence. This is the point I'm going to make. Took an intake of breath. Neil starts talking.
I've gone over this a million times.
All right, so forget it, Neil. You know everything, so your answer is actually a question that doesn't have an answer.
Go ahead, Eli.
No, your answer is the question you asked that doesn't have an answer. Because me trying to respond to you obviously doesn't matter.
I didn't ask a question.
Exactly. So you don't need any value from me. You didn't ask. So I'm sorry for trying to give it to you.
I made a statement.
I want to just
I
so
know.
your son knows.
Your statement is, well, why is
Brian knows what we're up to.
No, I said my son is in serious pain. He knows the earth is flat. Everything he does.
No, he doesn't.
It's because he's in serious pain.
He doesn't know
yes,
it's flat.
he does.
He didn't do it. He didn't investigate it. He didn't do anything. He doesn't know.
That's why he's fighting it so hard. What are you talking about?
Right, which is the point I was trying to make to you and the audience, because it would have been a good point for people with children who
You've
don't
generated
listen.
your own segue, so just do it.
Yeah. So, like when I took my stepson to the beach, it was over after that, because the questions became, well, what is it then? It wasn't, well, what is it then? There's a very big difference in you like, what is it when you know? Okay. For example, someone does a murder.
Okay,
You're like, well,
before you give an analogy, Neil, do you understand? So you take your son to the... Hold on, I'm going to summarize before he gives an analogy. Hello. Oh my God. What a guy. So, Neil, you need to go to the beach with your son, Neil, and ask what it is. What is it you need to say? Because they say it's that. And it isn't that,
How
is
old
it?
is this son?
I told you. Told you.
Yeah, you.
He
told
doesn't
you.
want it. He
You've
doesn't
been
want
told. Go on, Brian.
I just said, how old is this
Go
son?
ahead, Kiwi, please.
Hold on a second, Brian. Hold on. Hold on a second, everyone stop. Go ahead, refracted curvature. Oh, he's not here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
How old is your son?
Hang on, Neil. I'm trying to tell you something you can tell your son. Tell your son the reason that Kiwi is called Quantum Eraser is because he wasn't christened Frank Eraser.
Don't get it.
I missed that. Say it again.
Yeah, you do.
Frank
I
Eraser.
understand what he likes saying. When my younger son,
No, they're the same age, Neil. So just stop. They're the same age, Neil. So just stop giving excuses as to why you couldn't just listen to what I was trying to give
I
you.
did listen.
I never said it. Like, keep it
I'm
real,
on
bro.
a cell phone, not hooked up to the car phone because it's my wife's. I can't hear. So go ahead.
How old's your son?
No. You
How old
were
are you,
responding
Eli?
to
Bloody
me.
hell.
You heard me.
You've got a teenage son.
Talking about your son's age. I didn't hear what you said.
The same age as your son. At the same time it was happening. So just stop. Just stop.
21?
Just stop.
Eli, what the frick are you talking about? Stop what?
Because when I'm saying just stop is because this is a rescue device to stop the premise that I was trying to let. You're like, well, my son is this. What age is your son? I'm telling you they're the same age, so just stop.
Then just say that with this just stop shit. Stop what?
Because you keep doing it, and I keep telling you no, they're the same age.
I just want to know what moisturizer you use. That's what I want to know. You don't look very old. You don't look old enough to have a son that old, Eli.
You know what this reminds me of?
Key words, stepson. And my daughter's 16, not that far from 21 anyway.
Yeah, you still don't look old enough.
Stepson.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
Eli, you know who you and Neil just sound like in that little 30-second back and forth? That one Lethal Weapon movie when Joe Pesci was in the car with Danny Glover and Mel Gibson after the drive-through.
Oh, it's just, I mean, that's funny, but it's annoying because it's like I only set out to say one thing that I never got to say this entire time.
The reason why
Neil was fighting it the whole way.
because I went over every single thing with my son. Everything.
Right. So because you feel that way, you didn't feel the need to even listen to what where I was going. Right?
Talk to him about redox reactions.
What's that?
You asked me if I brought him to the beach. I said yes.
Yeah, but you don't know where I was going with.
Where's redox? What's redox reaction mean?
Oxidation reduction reactions. He said he went over everything with him. I just thought I'd bring up one part of everything and see if he went over that. To confirm that he went over everything.
The reaction for rust is called a redox reaction.
Everything pertaining to flat Earth.
Hold on, I just heard something new. Sorry, guys. It's like you said. It's the oxidization process. Is that correct? Did I just mishear you through the rumblings?
Redox reaction. I mean, that's one example of it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Learn something new every day.
So they call it redox.
My name is
so wonderful.
No, we don't care about Brian. They're called redox reactions for short, but they're oxidation reduction reactions. Good.
Very
my name is
thank
Brian.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Brian, and I've been off the globe for 9 years.
No, off the flurf. It's like a drug, Brian. Are you in denial?
The globe for 9 years.
I don't know what you're on, Oakley, but I'm off the globe.
Well, come back when you're off the flat Earth wagon. It's like a drug, Brian.
Seems I'm at the wrong meeting.
Seems so.
Just
You've all
go ahead and
accepted.
round out. Everybody knows everything because everybody's done everything already.
Oh, stop.
As soon
Eli.
as you
He
accept,
said
you've got to
he's at the wrong meeting.
look. Let's everyone calm down. As soon as Brian accepts he's got a problem, you know, and we just, you know, once you've accepted that, you can come back, tell us how your gateway drug took you into flat Earth, and we can all, you know, maybe have a cup of
At
tea.
the wrong meeting.
We'll get a badge at the end when you've been 3 weeks clean.
I'm heading for my tenure badge next year.
No. What I'm going to do now, Eli, I'm going to let you talk to my son.
Uh-oh.
Dewey had a little taste of it. And because I asked him, he respectfully moved aside. Because any second, I know what was going to happen. And Adam took over. But I'm going to let you talk to him, Eli.
You're missing.
Now the rubber meets the road.
I don't want to talk to him, Neil.
Yes,
because
you do.
Because after all the months of talking to my stepson, I said, F this, let's go. I can't talk to him any more than you have. That's my point.
I'm glad you said F, because my eldest daughter's playing Fortnite, so please don't swear.
Now, the only thing I didn't have when we were on the beach on vacation was binoculars. But he's standing right
Well, you
on
can't
the
just
shore.
go to the beach. That's like one of that's like Rumpus. Like, here's a picture of the ocean. Okay, and well, that proves it. Like, no, just going to the beach and telling me he looked into the ocean, then restarted the argument is not what I mean. Like,
No,
Okay,
that's not
now
what
I'm
Neil
parked.
did. Not what
Okay,
Neil
so
did.
hold on, wait. I'm parked. The car's not running. I can hear very clear. What else did you say?
okay, so you go to the beach, and mind you, you have all this refraction stuff in mind, but because you're imagining it before you ever do anything, right? So you're hearing the arguments, you're imagining however you imagine refraction. What I'm telling you is that if you have, like, on a clear day, like a pair of binoculars or some bird watchers, it could be some bird watchers, some cheap ones. All you see is what you see. Like, you can't use any description that the baller is ever given you. That's the problem. Like, there's no, well, let me describe. No, because what you're going to describe is what you see. And it's going to be blatantly obvious that what you're looking at is not a mirage or any sort of any kind of mirage. Like, no, it's just you're looking out into the ocean and you see
Into the ocean? Are you sure?
Okay, across the ocean, whatever.
Yeah, but that's not what Neil did. Neil showed his son the beach binoculars.
You can't. It's not good enough to be like, look at that boat, and y'all are just arguing. Like, no, he understood. First of all, I live in Brooklyn.
He's
right?
trying to
So
get his
Coney-
words, and everyone piles in and starts rumpusing the moment he's trying to figure his words out. Just let him.
I go to Brooklyn. It's Coney Island Beach. Okay, from Coney Island Beach, right there on the shore, you can see Jersey Shore. Okay, and Jersey Shore is 6 miles away, but to the left of that is open ocean. There's no obstruction, no horizon, no nothing.
No horizon.
There's not any. Okay, what I'm saying is, there's Jersey Shore at 6 miles. There's you at the beach, just standing at the shore. Okay, and there's no obstruction between you and Jersey, and then there's no foreseeable obstruction until the horizon, which is far beyond the limits of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And
Now
so,
you change your story.
excuse me?
Now you just changed your story. You said there was no horizon out there.
Yeah, I know. I corrected myself already, but you were too busy
Nice
talking.
save.
Yeah?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Make some more stuff up.
So obviously 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height will give you the distance to the horizon. But what I'm pointing out is when you're standing on the beach, all you're seeing is Jersey Shore. You're not seeing a horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In fact, the horizon is well beyond 6 miles, and it goes as far as I don't know how far, because I only used Jersey Shore as a reference. And like I said, you can look to the left next to Jersey Shore and it's just open ocean. So the point that I'm trying to make is when you're looking at that, he in his right mind, my stepson, and I in my right mind, I couldn't think of anyone who would look at that and go, I'm looking at mirages and stuff. Nah, you know Jersey's right there. Like it's always been right there. Like this isn't a special instance in which it's not blocked by or at least the horizon is before it at 3 miles. That's never happened, and you know it.
Right.
There's
So what you're
nothing you
saying
can
is
say.
because of the close proximity at 5 or 6 miles, you've got an instance where there's a horizon beyond that, and therefore you're suggesting that it's a black swan. And just straight off the cuff, I'd agree with you, because more often than not, all images tend to be working out as black swans in our experience in the last 4 years. So I don't disagree with you.
Well, every image is, every...
Yeah,
this
so
is the point of their math.
Yeah, but the point is, it hits harder when you're actually standing there, not looking at it through a video. Not looking at it through a video, not having... You're literally giving the argument as you're standing there. And you're looking at them and you're asking them, what do you say?
Right. So, Neil, what he's trying to tell you is carry your dumb ass with your son up there to Brooklyn. Again.
Oh, we are
And
planning
you know
on
what?
going to New York, and I might just do that.
Do you know where he's talking about? Where you could see, what were you looking at? You could see Coney Island. Was that Coney Island?
No, Coney Island is like the beach, yeah.
And then you could see the horizon out further. I see what you're saying. Sounds pretty cool. Why don't you take a picture of that? Bring it on in.
I was going to say.
I got a video.
Yeah, that's what I was take a picture of it. It sounds like a black swan. Why not?
I have it already.
We'll post the damn thing.
well, yeah. I just need to fill you in on something.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. Before you do this, Brian, we're all whistling past his... The whole point of this was him appealing to Neil.
Not, I'm about to lay it out.
Well, he's appealing to Neil to say, when you're actually there in person. So to say it as a conclusion, we'll just get us the image. No. He's given an example for Neil at the beach, right? Should we not acknowledge that at the very least?
Yeah.
Well, I am going to acknowledge it, but I just need to point out something.
Now I've said it, you are.
Can you get there in the next 15 minutes?
Yeah, I can get down. I would have been there and all if he had left me alone.
Don't let him oppress you, Brian. You take as long
as
as you need. If you need 25 minutes to get this point through 5 times, you go ahead.
Yeah, I will. I think I'm missing the point. The whole point of the globe map is to explain why you can never see the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away in distance. That's the whole point of them. Because it's never going to be there. It never was. It can't be. It's never there. It's always somewhere else. Past that point. You will never, unless foregoing fog, ever see, in any normal conditions, without fog, what appears to be an horizon at 1.225 times the square root of your observer's height in feet. You won't see that. That's the point of
we already know that. Oh, we already know that, Brian.
I don't think you do. I'm kind of listening to. That's the point of their maths, like. You know.
We got to listen. You have to put the bong down first. All right. Nathan described the situation most aptly.
But you know what I'm figuring out with this whole thing is that
no, we don't care.
I know that, but still I gotta let it out. The aspect that we talk about, navigably, measurably, observably. Observably is the most obvious, easiest, simplest, efficient way. Like what Eli just did. He didn't have to go get a sextant. He didn't have to do this. All he had to do was take his son out to the beach, say, look out there. What you see?
Honestly, if we was on a boat, that would have been my alternative right there.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But you had to get a boat.
Yeah,
You ain't got
you're
no boat.
right.
Get Neil's response.
Well, let's get Neil's response. Okay, let me just close it out. So the point
Sounds like
is,
he's rounding up his point. It's his point. Let him do it.
Summarize it.
So we let Brian do it 5 times. Why can't we let Eli?
Jesus.
So refraction in everyone's mind, including us. When I say us, I'm not including QE or even Nathan, because they've never entertained it. They just said, no, this is wrong. Geometrically, this is your argument. I don't know what that has to do with this. There's those but we've tried to imagine and envision what it would be like so that we could be in their paradigm and debunk it from with. We've all done that, right? Other than them, let's just say. So my point is, when you're at the beach, all that stuff that you imagine goes out the window, because all you see is what you see. Whatever you thought you would imagine, even though you've been to the beach 1,000 times, when you're actually there, that's all that matters. There's no such.
Yeah, Neil.
That's the reality.
Yeah, Neil.
Yeah, my son says that he doesn't ascribe to 3959. He never said that.
Well, then tell him to bring up another.
I like that. That's one of my favourite responses. I personally, as an anti-flat earther, don't even adhere to the 3959 straw man that the rhetoric of globe dictates. I don't say that. Oh, well, that's lovely. Welcome to anti-flat earth. You can come up with your own rhetoric that overcomes our rebuttals to your official rhetoric. That's nice. Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of the Western world believe the Earth's sphere radius 3959. That's your dictated spherical geometry based on flat Earth measurements. So who cares what you do?
Neil, when he says he doesn't ascribe to 3959, my response, if it was me, would have been, well, first and foremost, let me pull up a couple of sources, and I would have him.
Welcome to flat Earth. That would be my response.
But no, because he doesn't understand that. Because his mind is.
No, Brian's right. No, Brian's right. Welcome to flat Earth. I don't ascribe to the globe Earth claim of 3959 radii.
But how does that help Neil though? Because he's obviously said that, and his son is still.
Yeah, but what's going to help? Forget about the older guy. What this will do is my 2 younger guys, who he's constantly trying to poison, will benefit from this.
No, but look, the truth is still hard hitting. What I'm saying is, when he's going to sit there and try to lie, I'm going to force his hand by pulling references that he can't deny, is my point. Because it's silly to not have the conversation because he wants to claim that he doesn't subscribe to 39. Yeah, you do.
Welcome to flat Earth.
And Eli, and what you do when you pull those references and the resources, get it from the actual people who he has name dropped.
No. Brian was right the first time, right? The moment they deviate from a set in stone value that has to back calculate onto the areas of equal elevation we measure with a flat plane, the moment they decry that, that's it, it's game over. I don't ascribe to Earth being a sphere radius 3959. Well, then you don't ascribe to the heliocentric rhetoric. That's it, game over. Welcome to flat Earth. Brian was right the first time.
Yeah. Neil, what you do is you take them to that beach up there, Brooklyn, wherever it is. You take a pair of binos with you, right? And then when you get there, you hand them the binos and you say, look at the binos. And he's looking at the bino. He goes, is that it? And then you say, yeah, you just want him to look at the binos. That's how you solve this.
Pardon my ignorance. What's the bino?
Can you take QE?
Binoculars. Saying, look at the device, just stare at the binoculars, and that's jobs are good, and I don't really understand the joke.
No, as funny as it sounds, it's actually as simple as that.
I know.
But that's what I said. Back to what I said. Observably flat. That's the simple.
No. QE saying QE saying look at the. Let me just change QE's example because otherwise, it'll get brushed past, and it was supposed to be humorous. I just didn't get the joke. It's like me saying, "Oh, well, I can debunk the moon landing with the telescope." Well, how? Well, get the telescope out and tell the person that you're arguing with to just look at the telescope, not look through the telescope. Look at the telescope.
Exactly.
That's what Kiwi's saying with
Definitely.
with the binoculars.
But you know what though? But Kiwi
He
didn't
said
have to
look
say
through the
binos.
binos. He didn't say look at the binos.
He didn't have
Did
to say binos. He could have said just look at the binoculars, and I would have got it. I never heard the term binos. That's what messed me up with the joke. I would have
I
caught the
think he
joke
said
had
look through them.
he didn't say look through them. He said look at them.
Oh.
Yeah, but the fact that they exist is because
And I'm thinking,
Hold on,
hold
just
up.
want to say there's a newbie that wanted, not newbie, but newbie to the conversation. The DALA. Go ahead.
Thanks,
The Dalai
Nathan.
Lama?
Yeah, I just wanted to say
I'm
win-win.
thinking the, I was thinking the binos.
D Marble
wanted
is
to say,
going to
man.
run you. Try one more time.
Marble's gonna run this shit.
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys. No, I just wanted to say when they say they don't ascribe to the size of the globe, then they basically become conspiracy theorists, right? And
Yes.
that was the topic of the video earlier.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely correct.
Well, I think telling them to look at the binoculars is actually, that's the end of that. Because what the binoculars do, binoculars will help you to see something in a greater angular size.
Wait a minute. Did you say look at the binoculars or through the binoculars?
Yeah, just at the binoculars. Because they would, what on a globe, would they be any good to you? Because what are you going to see? There's no angular size change or perspective on the globe Earth. It doesn't exist. It's not part of our mass. There's only Earth core, nothing else. So the fact that binoculars exist, which allow you to see something in a greater angular size, means that angular size change and perspective exists, which means it's not a globe. So technically, just send them an image of a pair of binoculars. Job's a good one.
It just shows me that QE can spout any old crap that means nothing, and someone in the panel will make it make sense.
Or give the person an actual pair of binoculars and tell them to look at it, and make sure that they look at the small part. Just look at it and stare. Count
The
to
small
10.
part.
Yeah, the small.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
the
a personal
smallest.
problem.
The smallest
Yeah,
ocular
it sounds like a personal issue.
for them.
Well, Eli, when you're driving, when I used to live upstate, we were driving in through Jersey, you could see the whole Manhattan skyline. And that's pretty much like, what, 10 miles away?
Nah, just look at the steering wheel.
Yeah, Ethereum can't exist on the globe.
This is what he was once a great mind. This is what Flat Earth has done to him. This is your mind on Flat Earth.
Keith, I made that song.
Well, that's what my son will say too. He'll say, "You don't understand how light works." That's another
No,
thing he'll say.
Ask him how do binoculars exist for a globe? For on a globe, how do binoculars exist? Right? And when he starts describing what binoculars do, you point out to him that's not part of your globe, Matt.
Ah, I'm finally seeing the segue that Brian produced from that. You know, throw out a bit of bait and see what comes from doing so from QE. Right. Okay. So yeah, finally we've got an example that's tangible. If you look at binoculars and ask what they do, you can only describe them with angular resolution and angular relationships and things of that nature, perspective basically. The moment they do describe what binoculars do, they are in effect violating the perspective hijacking orthographic view used to assert that there's a sphere edge horizon below surface level when deriving a flat earth measurement at surface level with eye level. Ergo, they can't even describe what binoculars do. Right, Brian?
No.
No,
Good
binoculars can't exist if the Earth is a globe. Same way as a section.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. See, Nathan, you thought
Exactly. What do you mean exactly? No, zero credit to QE, 0 points awarded, all Brian.
Yeah, I because that's not. I don't. You could if the earth if the ground was curving like it. Well, if you were on a hill,
Don't beg the question
they
here.
still exist. But my issue with it is no.
No,
Actually,
perspective
they're
doesn't
just
exist on the globe, Eli.
Rumpus him quick, Brian. Rumpus him. Rumpus him. He's begging the question.
No. Hang on. Perspective
Yeah,
does
I know
not
because he's
exist
like,
on the
hang
globe.
on, right in the middle of my reputation. My bad, Brian. I'm sorry it hurts.
Something you said.
I know, but I'm still saying it. What the hell?
Into it. Go on.
Nah, go on. I can't even talk. Like, go on. Fuck it.
It's something you said. Yeah, I was still saying it.
Yeah, but he said something like, go up to the top of the hill. It's like, no, you cannot. Mathematically, perspective, angular size change, all that does not exist if we live on a globe. That's the point. That's the point. It's not like just I know we're joking about binoculars, but it's a serious point.
It is a serious point.
Not part of globe math.
It is a very, very serious point, and my ideal segue to round out this after show. So with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hope you're smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.